if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
And good morning, race fans. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway. This is Colin Tabor broadcasting today with Thomas Cope for the first stint. We are getting ready to start qualifying in just a moment or two. In fact, we're into qualifying now, about 5 minutes in. And, well, we're very excited for the final round of the V.E.C. of Virtual Endurance Championship. Today at Sebring. It's a 12-hour event. We will be taking the green flag in approximately 40 minutes from now. And right now we're running qualifying, and we're going to see who takes pole and how the grid stacks up. It's just about 1 p.m. sim time in Sebring, Florida. Right now, we're just kind of getting some scenes on the racetrack here in terms of the conditions on the track. We're looking at 6 to 7 mile an hour or kph winds, which is fairly mild. You can see it's a fairly sunny day, partly cloudy is what the official is. Right now, the track temperature is showing is 46 degrees centigrade. So fairly hot. This will probably be the hottest part of the race here in the beginning. As we take a look at teams on track at the moment, we have, for LMP1 class, we have Fuga Simsport on pole with a 1:36.5 at this time, and MJR Racing second with a 1:38.5. So a couple seconds behind Fuga so far on the pace shown in qualifying. I will say that teams have probably spent quite a bit of time at Sebring over the last couple weeks, as the iRacing 12-hour event was held recently, and many teams participated in that. So everyone should know Sebring very well by this point, and it's going to be an interesting event. Right now, it looks like we're tracking the MJR entry with Tobias Maskey at the wheel. He's making his way down the front, what I'd call the front straight, down to the hairpin. In LMP2 category, we have, looks like around 10 entries today. Leo Racing Team has the provisional pole at the moment with a 1:46.2, and Ronan Simsport Academy on second spot with a 1:46.5, and Shawshank Racing a 1:46.7. So quite competitive in the LMP2 field with 5 cars on on 146s. So we also have Freaky Fast with a 146.9, Venomworks Endurance 146.9, Reaper Racing then with a 147.7, Banzu Flow with a 148.1, and a couple other teams that have not set times as of yet. The Sebring track is extremely challenging. It's well known for its bumpiness. It's a sort of a torture of a track. The 12-hour event here is probably about all that a real-world race car could handle in terms of time spent racing around Sebring. It's a very famous track in the United States. It's used for preseason testing for IndyCar as well, which recently concluded. So a lot of IndyCar teams were down there shaking out. We of course had the 12 Hours of Sebring event IRL in real life as well. I myself have personally attended the 12 Hours of Sebring in 2014, I believe. It was truly memorable. It's a great racetrack if you ever have the chance to go. It's purpose-built road track, and so there's unparalleled accessibility to all the different vantage points on the racetrack. You can literally walk around it within the racetrack and pick out a different corner to visit every hour. We see now someone running into a little bit of trouble here. Looks like it's Marco Prado and the 18 machine is who we're focused on, which is
just Marco Prado having a few issues going towards tower, running a little bit wide and catching a bit of grass, and coming off into the wall here in qualifying. Luckily, there's no restrictions, or able to jump into the pits, get a fresh car, and come back out and have another crack at a fast lap.
Yep, one of the glories of sim racing. No machine gets harmed in the making of this racing event. So today we'll be doing a track walkthrough. Once the GTEs get out on the track, we'll run through a lap on board with one of them. We can see how the track flows. As I said, most drivers are extremely familiar at this time with this racetrack. Right now, riding along with Matthew Saunders, who's qualifying the Reaper Racing machine. I think they've had a slight improvement to 147.5. We still have Leo Racing on provisional pole, and the rest of the standings have remained pretty much the same in terms of fast laps. We did hear race director Tom Binloss give the call that there are 10 minutes remaining in LMP qualifying. So that everyone should be pretty much done trying to give what they've got to give here, unless a couple teams have had an issue. Most should have hit their pace by now. May see some slight improvements. As you can see from the track map on the right of your screen, we have quite a few cars on track. The qualifying in V.E.C. is done real world style, which with all cars or a group of cars on the track at one time, which means the usual concerns about finding some open track and open space in traffic are part of what we see, part of the struggle of qualifying here. One of the features of the real world race is is a robust camping scene in the infield. You can camp at the track the entire weekend, and that's always memorable. In the U.S., sports car racing, and Sebring is a fairly niche event, so accessibility is relatively unrestrained as compared to what I believe is the case at European events like Le Mans, certainly F1 events, and even NASCAR events, where the number of people attending is just so large that access becomes restricted. But as you can imagine, folks coming to the racetrack to camp for the weekend, it becomes a whole weekend-long party with plenty of activity all night long, even when cars are not on track. Tracking the MJR machine as they go a little bit wide there.
Yeah, potentially giving themselves an off track, which would render this lap invalid, unfortunately, if that was the case. But we'll see as they come round. Looks like as they come into the right side of the track, looks like they may be pulling out of this lap and regenerating some boost in that LMP1 car, so they can go for another lap before qualifying finishes for these guys.
Yeah, that's a great subject that you raise, Thomas, with these cars. Presumably, it would be difficult to run 2 hot laps in a row in an LMP1. You kind of want to get your best performance out of the car. You want to save up as much boost as you can to start your real fast lap.
Yeah, it gives us a perfect time to, as we see these guys weaving around a little bit, a few spots on the track as they're coming up to Le Mans through here. A lot of people don't actually realise you can take a lot of the curb. I mean, even in these LMP1 cars, you can take a lot of curb and get a really good run down this long back straight towards sunset. And in the real life, if some people haven't seen as well, a lot of the real life drivers struggling through sunset, which is this final turn, because it's really bumpy. Being a very old World War II base, I believe it was, if that's correct.
Yes, it was definitely an air base, and we'll go into a little bit of the history of the track while we're with you today. Always one of my favorite parts of the broadcast and our visits to each venue that we get to visit it virtually here.
Colin's Corner of Facts.
That's right. Excuse me. The information about the airfield is that this was originally Hendricks Field, which is a U.S. Army Air Force base. It served during World War II, in fact, as a heavy bomber training school for B-17 Flying Fortress and B-24 Liberator pilots. So iconic airplanes based at this location back in the 20th century. World War II receding into the horizon, as many of you probably would now be in the situation of having grandparents who grew up during that war rather than parents, as was the case with me. It's a well-known moment in world history, I would say, even now.
There's Tobias just having a moment ago, having another off-track excursion. Maybe doing a little bit of last-minute prep. I mean, there's only obviously 2 LMP1 cars, so I don't think these guys are going to worry too much about the qualifying pace, but maybe they want to get that pole position and maybe just for bragging rights over Ferguson Sport, who have, as we've seen through other races, been quite dominant through the other races.
Yep, and MJR has closed down the gap a little bit to Fuga. Right now, Fuga sitting on a 136.425, and MJR with a 138.240, which is a couple tenths closer than they were, but still a gap between the 2 cars. We're hearing the last warning from race director Binloss regarding time left in the session. I believe it's fairly minimal.
There's MJR come onto the back straight. Looks like it's been a very clean lap for these guys. Be interesting to see if they improved their lap time, and maybe if that was a bit of an off track, we'll see. Because they catch a little bit of grass coming onto the straight. We'll see if they improved this lap here. As he comes into the pits. So yeah, unfortunately for Tobias, it doesn't look like he's going to set a faster lap, but still P2 obviously with their only 2 cars in their class. As we look through the field, everyone else is off the pit track as well.
Yep, LMP is clearing the track now. We'll share the final results with regards to the LMP2 class. I have Leo racing on the pole with a 146.295. Ronan Sim Sport Academy at the 146.515, so a couple tenths back, just over 2 tenths behind. Shawshank Racing V.E.C. with a 146.745. Freaky Fast Racing with a 146.894. Venom Works Endurance in 5th with a 146.936. Reaper Racing a 147.138. Bansu Flow with a 147.239. So pretty competitive there at the back end of the field as well, and everybody within about a second, within 1 second. So that's going to be a competitive field, I have to believe, and we're excited to see that. Now, I have information that Bro Sim Racing was excluded from qualifying, so they will be taking the starting grid in their class. FFW Kislenko, I'm afraid we'll just double check to see with more information, but I believe they had some registration issues with their drivers, running afoul of kind of the registration routine of iRacing, which seems like it should be simple, but sometimes it does catch you out. I've had issues with it in the past where I had to switch teams because of the interface in the new iRacing app can be a little bit confusing when you're registering your team. So we've got our GTEs lining up at the front of the pit lane at this time. So far, looking at Porsche Sport and Juncos lined up at the end of the pit lane, ready to enter the track as soon as the 5-minute interval is over and GTE practice, GTE qualifying commences. We're looking right now at the legendary bridge across the track there. That's also kind of an exciting thing to walk over. You hear the sounds of the cars screaming by underneath you. Only thing I would say is that, that as you can see, the bridge is completely covered from the outside. You cannot stop there to watch the race simply because the bridge is covered. You can't see anything. So they do that on purpose so that people aren't tempted to stop there and hang out and watch the race. Otherwise, it would just be full of people for the full 12 hours. But again, Sebring extremely accessible in terms of race fans visiting the track. The paddock, which would be over to the left of the view we're looking at now, always got something going on, even in the middle of the night. You can walk through the paddock generally 24/7, except possibly during the race itself. Always a lot going on there, and you know, the reality is that on the Sebring weekend there's a ton of support events as well. There's a historics event, there's a Mazda MX-5 event, there's a couple other sports car races. You know, a lot of cars on track at a typical weekend at Sebring, so a lot of people around. For anyone who's not aware, Sebring is located in sort of the middle of the state of Florida in the United States. It's not near the beaches, unlike Daytona, which was originally actually a race held on the sand of the beach at Daytona. But Sebring itself is located pretty much smack dab in the center of the thickest part of the Florida landmass. It's north of Miami, south of Orlando, basically east of the city of Tampa. Not too far from Lake Okeechobee. It's a famous lake in the middle of Florida. It is surrounded by national parks and green areas. And we've gotten the command for GTE cars to join the racetrack. And the first qualifiers are joining the track, looking for that healthy gap, as we mentioned earlier, to see how their qualifying will go. See, Josh Cam is qualifying the Porsche Sport car. They were the front of the line, exiting the pit lane, and the first cars are just reaching the hairpin. Got Juncos Racing also out on track with Maxi Stefanon at the wheel. Team Slow Pace, Jonas Vies. SCCR Sim Sports with Kevin Stringer at the wheel. Ronin Sim Sport GTE with Philip Bearswill. Century Sim Racing has Pete Harrod driving during qualifying, and Core Motorsports with Celio Mendez. And that's the sum total of the cars out on track at the moment. Looks like we've got 7 entries in the GTE class today. We'll mention, as obviously the field's certainly a lot smaller than it was at the beginning of the season. The nature of series like this, when folks run into difficulty, unlike real life racing where folks are contractually bound to appear at the events in the series, here we enjoy no such guarantees. So with the amount of effort and manpower required to kind of field teams for endurance races, unfortunately, it's not particularly surprising that part of the endurance is actually making it through the entire season and showing up at all the events. It's been an incredible ride, though, with VEC, and everyone who's sort of remains standing at this point should be proud to do so, and we're excited and appreciative. We recognize, everybody's efforts here so far.
Yeah,
So
just take a lap with SCCR. If Colin, you want to do the.
Sure, we'll do that once they come back around to the front of the lap here. We'll kind of talk through a lap at Sebring. and not a bad idea to talk through a couple laps. Right now, the car is circulating through the back half of the track, headed towards turn 13, the tower turn. You can see there's a water tower over there on the left. I believe that's where the turn gets its name. We'll kind of pick up here as they come around to end this lap. Right now through the famous Le Mans curve. That's one of the hardest turns on the racetrack, and down the long Ullman Straight, which is the longest of what I'd say is really, I mean, there's 4 straights really, maybe 5 on this racetrack. It's a long track. It's over 3 miles long. Here we come around the famous Sunset Bend to start a lap. So as we come around, the drivers are trying to get the power down as best they can over the bumps, and then you swing out to the right over the start-finish line and set up for turn 1. Turn 1, we brake generally at the corner there, and you pass the cone in the fence on the left as you carry as much speed as possible down into the turn 2, 3, 4, 5 complex. So you've got this left-hander and then the right-hander. You have to stay right as you can. Open up turn 5, which has got a difficult piece of the curb you have to negotiate. Nailing that is key to the lap, and down through Big Bend down to the hairpin at turn 7 and the hotel on the left. Braking early and getting a good jump out of this corner is key as you take the exit through this section of the track called Fangio down to turn 10, Cunningham Corner, where you'll be hard on the brakes with some bumpy, again, some bumps at the end of the braking zone, and a sharp right and then a left around Collier here, a fast left, hard on the power all the way through here, and then braking again to a bumpy braking zone through turn 13 tower. Getting a jump out of all of these last turns of the section, key to a good lap time, because there are so many straights, as I mentioned, really 5 straights. Right now making way through turn 15 and then Le Mans turn 16, where you have an unusual step of turning left kind of off of the track surface to make the fast right and line up the Ullman Straight to get the maximum run down here to Sunset Bend, turn 17. And this is, as Tom was mentioning before, incredibly bumpy. As you can see the car undulating as the driver gets back on the power, full power, to complete a lap at Sebring. So there you have it, 5 straights, a bunch of complicated corner sequences, enough to keep any driver entertained for 12 hours.
Yeah, this is the slow track that really shows how the drivers set up the cars in terms of, can they handle the bumps and get on the power as early as possible, or do they have to sort of wait and get on the power a little bit later than other cars, just so the car's nice and set on the surface. Especially as you were saying, through Sunset being a very bumpy corner, you're getting back on the power coming out of Sunset, still on the bumps quite early in the turn. I know the Porsche myself, the Porsche is really difficult in terms of trying to get on that power as early as possible, as we do see the Century Sim Racing Porsche behind Kevin Stringwell in the SCCR Corvette.
Yeah, the challenge of this track is legendary, and that's another thing that, is part of the test of the machinery. Can it handle the bumps for 12 hours without having mechanical failures? I have to believe we escape a lot of that in iRacing through the nature of the sim. There are no random mechanicals. It's an interesting question whether folks would be in favor of random mechanicals in iRacing or not. I think I saw a survey being taken maybe on one of the Facebook pages or possibly in the forums themselves at iRacing, who would be in favor of introducing random mechanical failures. And I was surprised at the results. I'm curious, those of you on the stream, what's your opinion? Do you think that there should be random mechanicals, or do we have enough to deal with ourselves already? I feel like for us, random mechanicals consist of hardware failure. We do experience that from time to time in the sim racing world.
Yeah, it's in the nature of running on PCs. Obviously, you never know when something's going to crop up and crash your whole system, or just a little piece of part of your PC is getting a bit overheated and doesn't perform to its maximum potential. Obviously we ourselves have big issues like these sometimes, and a lot of the drivers we've seen, obviously at Nürburgring we had a big issue where they all got disconnected from the race session, causing until unfortunately for those guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all in the nature of sim racing. We all know the risks, and we push the risks as far as we can, really.
Well, luckily the risks don't include physical ones or expensive race car crashes. But it is something some unique challenges that we do face in the sim racing world. Disconnections are also a big part of that. We've seen that happen in this series itself earlier in our schedule, with a couple disconnections happening to Indy Autosport White when they were running the series. They had a couple disconnections from the lead, created a lot of drama. So 10 minutes are remaining till the session of qualifying will complete. Tom Binlaws has just given the call. Let's take a look at how the standings are stacking up at the moment. So we have Ronan Simsport, a GTE, on pole at the moment with a 155.976. The only team to hit a 55 so far in qualifying. Porsche Sport did do one in practice, so I know they're capable. I'm sure Josh is out there giving it his best. It's a 140, but second at the moment is Porsche Sport with a 156.436. Core Motorsports taking third on the on the qualifying grid so far with a 156.756. Team Slow Pace with a 156.939. Century Sim Racing a 157.202. Juncos Racing Esports a 157.436. And SCCR Sim Sports with a 157.9 flat. So right now, picking up Porsche Sport, maybe we can switch the camera to them. I see Josh Cam weaving a little bit on the back straight. Looks like he's trying to set up for an incredible launch down the front straight and really see if he can take the pole here. Probably one of his last opportunities to do so with 10 minutes remaining. Not sure exactly where he is in his tire cycle, but no doubt this is going to be an attempt to pole. Looking good through the turn 4, 5, 6 complex. Gets a good launch down the back straight. Right now looking at the deltas on my Race Labs head-to-head screen. I think he's sector 3, showing him just a little bit off the pace, but giving it his all here as he pounds through to Tower. That's such a tricky turn there, Tower, with the right-hander and the way the curb on the right kind of sticks out and squares, forcing you to apex late and then really get on the power still before, ideally, before you reach the end of, get on the power before you reach the apex. That's the ideal. And now tearing down the Ullman straight, Josh Cam. We'll see if he can pull it out. It looks like sector 4. He looked quite good. Trying to take as inside a line as you can, coming under the bridge, getting on the power as quickly as you can, swinging out wide at the exit to Sunset. All right, Josh pulls a 156.3 there. So still looking for a couple more tenths. That is their best time so far.
Yeah, good lap from Push Spot saying a 56.3, but not quite with Rowan Instant Sport with that 55.98, which as it stands is holding the P1 lap time just ahead of Porsche Sport. But in these conditions, we've experienced in that Porsche and South, these conditions, those lap times are really good, and that 56.3 is looking like a really strong lap time as well for these guys. Obviously having a lot of practice. I'm guessing themselves doing the 12 hours of Sebring last weekend, and yeah, they're really showing that this weekend here today.
Yep, wondering if any of our teams have any results of note to report. We'd love to hear about it in the chat for the broadcast. Let us know how you did, especially if you have a result you're particularly proud of. Right now, ambient temperature at Sebring is 24 degrees centigrade in the air, and the track temp has crept up to a 50 degrees centigrade, which is certainly a very hot temperature. It's even hotter than it was at the beginning of practice. So quite hot. Let's put it that way. Looks like KPA is rising. Relative humidity is at 40% today in the session. Still with fairly low winds at 8 kilometers an hour from the east at the moment. And in sim time, we're at 1:30 p.m. So definitely approaching here the very hottest part of the day, if not in it right now. So about 3 minutes remaining in qualifying format, little under 4 minutes actually. We've got a few teams who may be trying for their final laps. Looking right now at Core Motorsports, they're kind of poking around the back stretch. Doesn't look like they're really at speed, but we may see an attempt here in this lap upcoming. They're currently in third with a 156.5.
Yeah, no,
taking the.
Sorry. Just noticing Kevin Stringer in the SCCR car going green through the first two sectors. Looks like it could be on a really good lap if he keeps his internet intact, as he's blinking a little bit there. Yeah, potentially could be on for a good lap as he sets in another green sector. So he's setting personal best right now. Be interesting to see if he can get down to a 56, or maybe a low 57 with the 59 car of Century Sim Racing behind him to make this an interesting lap time for those guys and be in good contention for the race.
Yep, Century Sim Sport just set a 156.026, which looks like their best lap of the session in their Porsche. So that's Pete Harrod at the wheel in that machine.
Just keep an eye on Kevin in the SCCR car. See if he keeps it all nice and tidy through sunset here, and see if we do get a nice personal best for these guys.
Indeed, it looks like a 157.675, which is their best so far, and they're pulling to the side. That looks like qualifying done for them. We are now just reaching 2 minutes to go in the session, so flying laps potentially will count. looking at Juncos right now, who presumably finishing a hot lap. And it's not going to make a change in their position. So presumably they should be pulling off to the side any moment now. It is a rule in VEC that at the end of your session, you need to be off the track, not completing flying laps. So presumably this is going to be about it. I'm not sure who else may be out on track with a hot lap in progress.
I think Juncos just have enough time left in the session. They can get this lap done as they do actually pull over and by the looks of things. Just seeing if there's anyone on track as well. It looks like everyone has come off track.
So all drivers in the pits, the grid is set. Again, we've got Ronan Simsport on the pole with a 155.976 in these difficult conditions, as Tom was mentioning. Porsche Sport second. The second row of the GCE grid will consist of Core Motorsports and Team Slow Pace. Third row, Juncos Racing Esports and Century Sim Racing. And on the fourth row, SCCR Sim Sports, which is worth mentioning, sponsored by Swindon Carrier Center as well. So we want to shout out to our sponsors on the broadcast today and all series long, Unified Potential and Swindon Carrier Center. We really appreciate their support for the VEC all season long here in our inaugural season.
Seeing the checkered flags coming out for qualifying.
Yep, checkered flag is flown over the qualifying session here at Sebring. There's 2 minutes left on the countdown clock, and then the race session will begin for the VEC 12 Hours of Sebring here on April 3rd, 2021. We're very excited to be here for the final race of the series. If previous races are any indication, it will not be dull. We've had some really exciting races. Field's a little smaller, so presumably a little less mystery than there might have been otherwise, but I'm expecting an exciting race overall, and we'll see how everything is going.
So just wait. I think we've got 1 or 2 drivers still sat in the cars in the pits, so giving us that wait time where we just gotta chill and wait. And as soon as qualifying is done, we'll be able to give you the grid as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone in a car, but sim is a weird thing. We're seeing some scenic shots here of the area around Sebring. It's mostly a fairly arid area, but there is a lot of growth in terms of trees, and it's a swampy area of Florida with the famous. What am I trying to say? There's a sorry guys. The famous Everglades National Park is at the south tip of Florida, which is a little bit southerly of where the racetrack is, but a lot of lush greenery in the middle of the state as well. A couple of national parks right near the track itself. So grid coming up here, as mentioned. On the front of the grid today, Fuga Sim Sport. We're going to have MJR lining up in second. Tobias Maskey will be taking the green flag for them. Then the LMP2 class will line up with Leo Racing on pole. Michelle Sangali is driving the first stint today. Ronan Simsport Academy lines up second. Shawshank Racing V.E.C. in third. Freaky Fast Racing in fourth. Mark Winkler currently lining up in that car. Venomworks Endurance then with Peter Hoogland. Reaper Racing, Matthew Saunders at the wheel, and Bansu Flow, Marco Prado. We do have then Alex Gal in the Brosium Racing Machine, who will be lining up eighth in class there. For GTE, we have Ronan Simsport, as well as Porsche Sport. Then Core Motorsports, Team Slow Pace, Juncos Racing Esports, Century Sim Racing, and SCCR Sim Sports. So congratulations to all our competitors today for starting the race. This should be an interesting 12 hours. Looks like about 10 seconds till the pace car will begin. Here at Sebring, we are blessed with a full lap around the track for these cars before they take the start of the race, a rolling start. Looks like the pace car is off. Now the LMP2 class is leaving the grid. As those guys get started, we see now that also the GTEs are starting to move. But even a pace lap, you have to pay attention. Don't want any untoward incidents on a pace lap. Everybody's just getting ready to start the race, and no one wants to start it with any kind of damage. Cars have to give plenty of space, especially around sort of the tight series of corners in this track. There really isn't normally room in some of these sequences for two cars to go abreast, but you can do it obviously at this pace speed. But a lot of cars choosing to kind of let the others let each other go ahead and space it out. So as we watch the GTE field circulating here, getting ready to go green. So apparently the COVID pandemic has not affected race attendance at Sebring in the virtual world. Glad to see a fair bit of virtual crowd hanging out. But as you can see, and as I mentioned, you can see crowd lining the track on the inside all the way around. It's just so much accessibility here. Lot of sort of motorhomes, lot of RVs are able to camp at the track, and you can also camp in a tent if you wish. It's a great scene. I recommend it.
I believe the LMP1s are on the back straight just about.
Yep, LMP1s taking to the Ullman Straight, getting ready for the start of the race. Here we pick them up as the pace car, the Porsche pace car, is kind of taking its time going down the straight. You can see the LMP2 field in the distance. Getting ready here. Will MJR be able to get a jump on Fuga here at the start? We'll see if they try it. Pace car is in, and green flag is flown. Looks like Fuga has taking a commanding gap right here at the start as we go into turn one. Nice cameras as usual here. And the LMP1 class is off.
As we jump back to the LMP2s, soon to be going green here.
And here they come down the front straight. Looks like 3 wide. Leo Racing seems to have jumped out to the lead, but we've got a few cars side by side through turns 3 and 4, and already off. We have Shawshank Racing re-entering and Chaos. Chaos, 3 cars caught up in this accident on lap 1, first set of corners.
We quickly jump back to the GTs, all replay and GTs.
Here come the GTEs flying through that scene of carnage of the LMP2s. Definitely not what they wanted to see. See Porsche Sport popping out to take a look down the inside of the Ronin SimSport machine. These guys definitely added hot and heavy here in the early, the first lap of the race. So the GTE field going through Le Mans corner onto the Ulm Straight, it is a close battle there, where you have if Ronin SimSport narrowly ahead over Porsche Sport, coming through the last corner on Sunset. Porsche Sport may be able to get a run here. One of the passing zones on the circuit is turn 1, but you really do have to get a good run and be on the inside, and they're not able to get it done this time.
Is the GTs have all single filed themselves out and trying not to do what happened in the LMP2 field, a big crash early in the races. We saw that was Jelly Hool and that number 3 machine ducking into the pits in front of the GTs as he was crabbing down the back straight. I think we're at a bit of a moment. Do you want to have a look what happened?
Yeah, let's take a look at that replay and see what we can see here.
The LMP2 side. There we go. This should be it here.
Right. So we see going double or 2 abreast here into the first corner. Definitely, you got 2 sets of cars still, maybe 3 almost, double file there going through the corner. That is always going to be a little challenging. And then we see, looks like, is there some contact here? It looks like a little bit of a bump there from what I think is the Reaper Racing machine, sends Shawshank into the grass. And at that point, he's kind of a passenger. And you can just kind of see in slow motion the disaster about to unfold. Such a shame for these guys. The purple car gets through unscathed, but then we're collecting the next car, and our friends. They're just
I believe,
get collected.
Banzo and Leo Racing, I believe that is getting involved in that incident.
Yeah, Leo Racing was out in the front. They escaped.
It's the Venom Works car involved. Yeah, Venom Works.
Yeah, Venom Works Endurance. So they're also in the pits. Looking into the pits now, I see Freaky Fast starting to move. one of the teams, I'm sure, caught up in that incident. So we've already got a couple of teams behind the 8 ball, unfortunately, from the LMP2 class. That's going to affect their races from here forward. It is a long race, and there's still time. So we'll see how it plays out over the next few hours for those teams. Meanwhile, in the GTE field, we are still, nose to tail, everyone pretty close together in their pursuit here. Couple seconds, covering the first set of cars in the race. Looking at that unusual line through Le Mans corner that everyone has to take just to open up the straight and get the most out of it. You see Ronan Simsport in the lead car doing a very good job of that. Still able to maintain their advantage over Porsche Sport, but Porsche Sport is right there, guys. They are literally less than a second behind. Too bad there's no speed button for the hit here. Continuing to watch them as they race through turns 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, as we jump up into the top of the two here, with Leo racing who are on board. You can also see the number 13 machine of Ronan Simsport just behind these guys as well.
Yeah, it's a tight race at the front of this field with Leo racing, really enjoying less than a second over Ronan Simsport Academy with Shinya Mishima at the wheel. They head into Sunset. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sunset.
Okay, they were in Sunset. My bad. Sorry, I got a little tangled there in what I was seeing. Yeah, racing down the front straight into turn 1. Turn 1 again is a very tricky corner. There's not a lot to guide you on the turn in. You really have to build the muscle memory and kind of build a good composite of what the track shape is at that point. There's a lot of open space, so it's possible to enter early, to enter late, and it's all key as you get back on the power out of turn 1. You're going to push yourself out on the exit, but you can't push too far, as eventually the runway ends and grass begins. If you're too far right, you'll get caught out on the grass there, and it can be very, very painful. So these cars doing battle early here, still less than a second between them. And meanwhile, the third place car has set the fast lap of the race with the 147.4 for the LMP2s. You can see the red car in the background of Bro Sim Racing. Alex Gal. They did start 8th in class due to the qualifying ban they received, but they're quickly making pace on the front, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in the next couple minutes. So the way that the field is shaken out in this class, we've got 4th place Reaper Racing, who just escaped that incident. They're just falling 8 seconds back. They seem to be a couple seconds off the pace of the lead pack, and then there's a pretty good gap. Another 20 seconds back to Bansu Flow on track.
Yeah, obviously Banzu got involved in the incident early on, unfortunately for those guys, and I believe they took a little bit of damage on the front, but it doesn't seem to be affecting them too badly right now.
Yeah, it would appear they're on their lap down though from the field. I'm not sure if that means they came in and took repairs. They may have been the one car that didn't take repairs. I'm looking at the machine though; it looks pretty pristine. So.
But on that note, the LMP ones have recently just passed those guys, so LMP1 is very quickly coming through the LMP2 field already here.
Oh, we have a spin from Reaper Racing. They just took a spin in the S's just before Le Mans, turn 15 area. Here we get the replay.
That's MGO. Here we go.
With Matthew Saunders in the car. Yep, as he takes that right-hander is very tricky. If you don't stay on the inside and get the car slowed down enough, you will drift left and get a foul of the rumble strips there, which is what happened to Matthew. But no cars near him. He gets running again, and no major harm done. No contact, of course. So he carries on.
Some reason.
If we can pick up the front of the GTE field again for our production crew, I think it's still pretty tight. You see here we've got Porsche Sport right on the tail of Ronin Sim Sports. Still, they're really keeping pace. If we recall last time, Ronin enjoyed quite a big lead by the end of the race. I think Porsche Sports determined not to let that happen early on here. On board now with Phil Barriswill at the Ronin team. They're both driving Porsches up at the front end of the field here. Third place is Core Motorsports in the Chevy, and a couple more Porsches.
Just seen a few reports from you guys. Is that any better with my mic? Am I a little bit louder now?
As mentioned by Porsche Sport in the chat over there, today is the Creventic Endurance Series race. The Creventic is this year's name for what was, I believe, last year the iRacing Endurance Series, something like that. I'm kind of probably butchering that name, but they're racing today in the Creventic Series. And I'll be able to tell you the track in a moment for today. But it's a year-long series. There's 4 events. I believe there's 6-hour races, if I'm not mistaken. And that first one in that series is today. And they're racing at Spa. Yep. And it was a 12-hour event, pardon me. But there's GT3s, GT4s, and touring cars in that series. Should be very interesting. Unfortunately, our duties here at VEC precluding us at Oblivion Racing from taking part in that event, unfortunately. Scheduling is so hard these days with all the things going on.
Yeah, as we just look a little bit further back in the field, Juncos, very close to the rear end of Core Motorsports with Celio Mendes behind the wheel. Could be a little fight coming on here, and also if we run up to LMP2s, we do see Alex Gall in the Burrow Sim Racing car right behind Ronin Sim Sport. Obviously, Alex in that Pro Sim didn't qualify, start from the back of the field, and on a really good recovery race, I should say.
Yeah. Well, in an endurance race, starting from row 4 of the grid, probably not the worst thing that could happen. They've got plenty of time to show their pace, and they're doing it right now. As we predicted, this will be an interesting developing story on the race.
Yeah, so the person racing with Alex Gall already finding themselves in P3 from starting at the back of the field. So big gains for those guys at the moment.
Yes, and they have the fast lap of the race as well, the 147.1. So this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Will they be able to overhaul the Ronin Simsport Academy drivers and then challenge Leo Racing for the lead? Coming down the Ullman Straight, look at that. The two cars in lockstep going around the corner. Looked like Bro Sim Racing taking a slightly wider line and now getting a really great run on the front straight as well. Will they go for the inside? They will, almost grazing the wall. And Ronin Simsport doing the dance, kind of letting them through. Glad to see no contact there. That's a very tricky spot to make a pass always. Both drivers have to really be on their game to avoid kind of coming together. As I've mentioned, tons of different lines through that corner are possible. But Ronin Simsport Academy there kind of bowing to the inevitable, perhaps, at least for this moment, right? It's a long race. Fighting for position this early, is something you want to do with judiciousness and choose your battles.
Yeah, Ronin Simsport probably playing the safe card and just dropping back and letting them take the lead and maybe pull them along a little bit. Obviously, we've got a couple of big straights, so if Alex Gall really has got the pace right now, maybe he's going to pull Ronin Simsport to the bumper of Leo Racing Team as well. So we've got a three-way battle for the lead. Obviously, as we're seeing these guys coming through the GT field right now.
Yep, the front end of the GTE field being overhauled by the front end of the LMP2 field for the first time, I believe. Very tricky to do that in Sunset. Everyone has to be on their game. Definitely cars going wide, cars using all the track here to get it all done, but safely, which is a good job. Again, the LMPs cutting through this field, trying to keep their battles going amid the battles of the other drivers as well. Very tricky moment here in the race, early going.
Obviously, this fight between Juncos and Core Motorsports obviously just got broken up a little bit with those LMP2s coming by, and as you also see MJR right behind these guys as well, who I guess is going to get by at least Juncos here, going into Tower. And once again, breaking up this fight between these two guys a little bit, but obviously Maxi and Celio very close together on track right now, and fighting for that P3 spot in the timing.
That's right, and you've got kind of you got Century Sim Racing also within a second of Juncos, and Team Slow Pace who's fallen down a couple spots since the start, but still right on the tail end of this battle. And it's kind of one of those things that everybody's kind of waiting for the next one of the other guys to make a mistake. We've got great photography, great sort of panoramic views here coming through sunset. Love this. Definitely seeing Century going a little wide there out of the last turn. Maybe Slow Pace will be able to get a run, get a little closer at least.
As we just saw a little notification from race control on the bottom of the screen that incidents from the start of the race involving number 87, 64, number 3, number 18 and number 445. All those LMP2 cars, I believe that is. So that big incident with Shawshank and Reaper at the start of the race, all under investigation, and we'll see in the meantime what comes out of that incident. See how it affects the drivers on track now, as we're obviously watching Juncos coming up behind Core Motorsports. Also noticing, I should say, not watching, Jonas Wise in the number 7 of Team Slow Pace, just behind Century Sim Racing. So also more fighting potentially there as well. And these guys are just behind Juncos and Core Motorsports. So a lot of fighting throughout the GTEs right now. And the LMP2s are nice and spread out. Alex Gow does look to be setting similar lap times as the Leo Racing team in the front of the field right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that develops. That's going to be an exciting story. Want to also report that we have VenomWorks Endurance out of the pits now, 6 laps down. They seem to have taken the worst of that lap 1 incident in the LMP2s, which was very regrettable. I'm sure everyone is everyone who had a hand in that was a little sheepish, but not the greatest thing. But it is a long race, and we're going to follow VenomWorks and see if they're able to claw back. Potentially others will make mistakes as well, get involved in incidents as well, perhaps during the race. So long way to go there. VenomWorks right now on the back end of the 18 car, the Banzu Flow machine piloted by Marco Prado. We'll see whether they have a little more pace, whether they'll get through here. They're not racing for position at this moment, certainly, but so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out in the next couple of corners. I have to think that Banzu Flow will not contest, the pace of VenomWorks and let them through, so both can race on safely. Because the more time you spend kind of in proximity to another car that is, maybe holding you up, the more of a problem it could become for the teams involved. More chance for an incident. Now they're coming down Ullman. We'll see if VenomWorks gets enough of a run to really challenge down into turn 1. I don't think they're going to get it done before sunset, as you can see. Now they're coming on the inside. They're going to move to the inside here, coming into turn 1. 2 teams very close. It looks like they've gotten it done. don't think Bansu was super happy about it, but you know, it's one of the facts of these races is, you know, if you're not racing that car, and they have stronger pace, it's really everyone's best interest to let them go. Both cars maintaining their speed though. Now checking back in with the GTE battle over here. We are on the Junko's car right now.
Yeah, so we're just watching Junkos as they're coming through sector 3 of the track right now. See Century Sim Racing just behind those guys right now, just taking a little bit of grass there. And we do also still have those guys catching on to the rear end of Core Motorsports as well. Also, they got broken up a little bit with the LMP1s and the LMP2 field coming through for a moment there, a little bit ago, but Junko's just trying to catch back up to the back end of Core Motorsports and have a little bit of a fight again.
Yeah, this is probably the tightest battle on the track right now for third place in class in the GTEs. Got Ronan Simsport out in front. They've looked like they've pulled about a 4-second gap on Porsche Sport at this point. I'm sure that traffic helped there, but also, you know, Ronan Simsport has just pulled the fastest lap of the race with a 1:57.2, and they're really ramping up the pace. They go a couple of LMP2s sweeping through in turn 2. Turn 1, sorry, that's really allowing Century Sim Racing to pull up to the bumper of Junko's esports machine.
Yeah, Banzu not really wanting to let the Venomworks car by as easy as that. Obviously sticking to the rear end of those guys as much as they can right now. But obviously that Venomworks car just coming out of the pits with a fresh front end. So I presume they'd have a lot of pace right now. To be interesting to keep an eye on their lap times, which we'll do, and see if they're actually faster and how much speed they do have for after that incident. Just keep an eye on Junkos, seeing the rear view mirrors of Century Sim Racing and those guys, and Century really looking to push in front of Junkos right now.
Yep, they're pushing. They've just done their fastest lap of the race, Thomas, with a 1:58.0. Pretty much the same pace as the Junkos machine. There's not a lot between these two drivers, so they've definitely, you know, got a fight on their hands. I'm not sure, you know, if one gets by the other, whether anyone will be really able to pull out. I doubt it.
Yeah, it looks like this could be a fight that sticks around for quite a while at the race, obviously. Century and Junkos almost 2 peas in a pod at the moment, and setting very similar lap times, and they're looking like they've just been a bit comfortable right now behind the wheels of those cars, and just want to get to the end of the race right now. Obviously, as we are only 30 minutes nearly into this race, so there's still a lot of time still to play.
Yep, there's a lot of racing to go. Pete Howard really all over the back of Maxi Stefanon here. Still within a second. Sweeping through Big Bend. Getting really close down in the hairpin. And again, that all-important drive off of the hairpin. You know, if you get too far offline into the dirt, it definitely affects your traction on this exit, which is so important getting down to the next corner. But they're doing a good job. They've got the draft with Century Sim Racing, so that's helping them too a little bit here to stay close. And not to be forgotten is, you know, Junkos is really just within a second of the third place Core Motorsports Corvette. So this is a great battle, great three-way battle that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, As I'm keeping my eye on Alex Gal in second place of the LMP2s right now. Last lap was a little bit slower than the Leo Racing team up in P1, but still up there, still only a couple of seconds behind.
That's right. Leo Racing actually just set the fastest lap of the LMP2 field. The race so far with a 146.9, really trying to stay out of the clutches of the Bro Sim Racing guys. So just gained a couple of tenths there, not much. It's really tight between the two. There's a 2-second gap at the moment, based on my telemetry.
Yeah, looking at 1.8 seconds back to Alex Gal from the Leo Racing team. So Leo Racing obviously seeing those guys in their rearview mirrors and stepping up the pace and want to stay away from them right now and holding them off till later in the race. Ronin Sunspot have dropped a little bit further back from Alex in that Bro Sim Racing car there. Just under 5 seconds, 4.5. Back to those guys right now, and yeah, they're still in good contention, still going to be in a good position for later in the race.
Yep, they're still running 47s, Thomas. They you know, are playing the waiting game, playing the, you know, maybe saving their tires a little bit as well here. And we're coming up on when we should start to see some pit stops from somebody. Probably the LMP2s will stop first, having a small tank. LMP1s will stop around the same time, though, as they, you know, they're moving so quickly. We're going to keep an eye out for those initial pit stops.
See a freaky fast car coming there, streaking by Junkos and Sentry Sim Racing. The big long back straight right now, but Sentry really closing up to the rear end of Junkos right now.
Yeah, this is a great battle on the track. You know, also Bro Sim Racing closing up now to 1.4 seconds behind the Leo Racing machine. So we're keeping an eye on that. We'll bring you any developments, even if it has to be a replay. Now, into turn one, really tight there. Lot of pressure coming from Century Sim Racing on the Junkos guys. Still early on in the race, though, so neither driver will want to, you know, really go for too risky of a move, I would think. It's not a sprint race. There's plenty of time to get this done, even if it's over the pit sequence. That said, they're both racing drivers, and they're going to want to, you know, do the best they can to kind of win out in the battle. And the heat of the moment definitely plays into it.
As Alex Gal continuing to close up that gap, seeing about 2.1 right now, or 1.3 I'm seeing actually. So yeah, there's Alex Gal and that Bro Sim Racing car is feeling very fast right now and continuing to close up that gap to the leaders of the Leo Racing car.
Yes, look at my timing, Thomas. I mean, the gap between the two is probably the slimmest of margins possible. You know, looking at each team's fastest lap, they're a thousandth of a second apart. So Leo Racing with a 146.955 and Bro Sim Racing's fastest lap is 146.956. So, you know, can't be much tighter than that. And that's a great battle. You may want to switch over and give them some screen time while we're watching this. Here we go, focused on the red machine of Alex Gal, going wide through Sunset, taking a very wide line. Right now, about 1.3 seconds of a gap between the two, maybe 1.2, as they finish another lap. Comparative lap times that time round, 147.1 for the Leo car and a 146.9 for the Bro Racing machine. So another couple of tenths shaved off of that lead, apparently. You can see how close it is. You know, these cars move really fast, and this is going to be interesting to see how this develops over the next couple of laps. And again, we're expecting pit stops very soon, so that's going to play in as well. Who can get a better stop? Is anybody going to double stint their tires, etc.?
Like Cal taking up all the track there, coming towards Tower, nearly getting on the grass there.
Yeah,
So
that's a
something
close
they'll
one
wanna
there,
do.
Thomas. If you get on the grass there, it's definitely can be treacherous as you know, you can quickly squirt over to the right and into the wall if you grab too much of that. Going a little wide, maybe losing a little momentum there in Le Mans corner.
And you do also see the, I believe that's the Fuga SimSport car of Patrick Palchat right now, behind the wheel.
And both
Point-
cars into the pits.
Yep, so we see leaders for the LMP2 diving in for the first stops of the day. I believe these guys are doing the very first pit stops in the race.
Yeah, the first
guys to
scheduled
take-
pit stops. Let's put it that way. We have a few guys who had to stop on their own. Nobody seems to overshoot their pits. That's always a dreaded moment. And you got the third place car of Ronin SimSport Academy also in.
Yeah, so 3 cars down in the pits right now. Let's see. Trying to get the pit lane timer up, but I think the guys are going to come out of the pits before I can get there, unfortunately. So I'll leave it off for now. As we guess, the guys are going to be coming out of the pits. So you'll see the Reaper racing car.
There goes Bro. It looks like they've jumped them in the pits. Looks like Bro Sim Racing got a slightly shorter stop. Both stationary for about 55 seconds, so it looks like they both took tires. But they've done it in the pits, what they couldn't do on the racetrack. Bro Sim Racing comes out in the lead of the LMP2 class. Cool stuff, guys. Although I'm sure Leo Racing Team doesn't think so. We'll follow this. I mean, there's a lot of race to go. There'll be more drivers. Their relative pace will be factored into the equation, and we'll see how this plays out. But definitely very exciting.
We're also going to jump back to Maxi Stenton and Peter Harrow in GTEs within half a second of each other right now. That's Junkers and Century Sim Racing. So these guys still having a really good fight right now.
Yeah, it really looks like they've been holding station, and you know, Junkos Racing getting no peace at all from Century Sim Racing in this early stage of the race. We've got about 15 minutes to go till their pit stops will be due, and we can see what plays out there as well. Right now in this class, Ronin SimSport GTE continues to lead with about a 5.5 second gap over Porsche Sport. Core Motorsports in third, leading this trio of cars. You can see in your shot as we look at these two a little bit up the road. On occasion, we see the Corvette of Core Motorsports running in third. They're about 8 seconds behind second place, and they have about 2.5 second advantage over Junkos right now. Fifth place is Century Sim Racing. Team Slow Pace has dropped about 3 seconds off the rear of them in sixth, and then SCCR Sim Sports another 30 seconds in the rears, and seems not to have the pace of these front running teams, which is, you know, no shame there, but these guys are all very fast. sweeping down into Sunset Bend here again for what is the 20th time, lap 20 for these GTE machines. And onto the front straight again. Century Sim Racing taking advantage of a little bit of a draft here that they're getting, and keeping Porsche Sport right there.
Yeah, so Junkers and Century, still setting a really good laps. Core Motorsports have just sat out a couple of good laps and pulled away a little bit. Obviously 2 seconds ahead from those guys right now.
Yep.
We do still have the Ronin Sin Sport up in P1, about 5.5 seconds ahead of the Porsche car right now. I presume the Porsche Sport with Josh Cam behind the wheel aren't showing all of their pace right now. Best lap time still sitting about just under half second behind those guys, so obviously Ronin Sin Sport set a really good first couple of stints, or first good stint I should say. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the pit strategy, see if any of the guys take tyres, maybe take a little bit longer of a stop for the strategy. We'll see how it goes for these guys.
Yeah, the track temperature, Tom, is still up there. It's the hottest part of the day. I have to think if they're going to take tires after one stint, this will be the time for sure. Track temperature still up at 49 degrees centigrade right now at about 2:30 p.m. local time in Florida. So this will be the hottest part of the day. It'll start to cool down over the next couple hours eventually. And then, obviously the second half of the race will be run later in the day, in the evening and in the nighttime. We're continuing to enjoy watching this battle, GTE battle, for fourth place and really third place, with Core Motorsports just up ahead. Really, these guys are all setting very similar lap times right now. In fact, Core Motorsports gave up probably a half a second on the last lap to these two guys. So it's looks like maybe they had another mistake, because Junkos closing up right to the back of them now, with just 0.7 of a second behind. This is quickly becoming a three-way battle. Oh, it looks like someone must have gotten an off-track, a cut penalty there. I have to assume that Junkos may have cut it a little tight in Le Mans and had to give up some time. That's gonna be gutting in this battle, as they certainly had pace to stay where they were, I think. And now I anticipate this will just kind of continue with the same level of intensity, just in reverse positions. So let's take this moment to kind of to review. Let's jump over, if we could, with the cameras to the LMP1 car of Fuga Sim Sport, still out front of the race here. zipping through the track here. Yeah, looks like they just went through Tower, maybe. Or maybe that was actually Le Mans.
Through Le Mans. They're on the back straight now.
Yeah, coming down Ullman. Yep.
Just for a little information, I saw it earlier. There was a race control notification pop up for you guys on the stream. An 80-second stop and hold to the car number 64 for the incident involving on lap number 1. That is a penalty to number 64, Reaper Racing, I believe.
Right, so Reaper Racing having impacted, as we saw, had a little bit of contact with Shawshank Racing, pushing them off into the grass and triggering that collision that involved 3 cars.
Yeah, as we're watching Ferguson Sport, obviously they're a minute ahead of MJR right now, with Tobias behind the car. As we do also watch Patrick making a little bit of a mistake, going down into the hairpin right there.
It's okay, he's got space for some mistakes here, Thomas. They're both running a great pace, but especially Fuga. I mean, they really have been the class of the field for the last couple races. We've seen that, having a kind of just best in class pace. You know, kudos to those guys. And I expect that today that we'll confirm them as the championship winners of the VEC. We'll see. A little early to predict in terms of this race, but certainly setting the pace here. They're running lap 28, just about to start lap 29, and Tobias Maskey and MJR are hard pressed to kind of keep up with their pace, and they're off kind of running their own race, unfortunately. But that said, kudos to both teams for sticking it out and being the last men standing here in the VEC Championship.
Yeah, it's been a very a long-winded season doing 12 and 24-hour races, and see a lot of teams have been impacted by that. And obviously, as Push Sport had mentioned earlier, the Coventic series has just started, so a lot of teams are now starting focusing on that important series. And also noting from Push Sport being in top split for that series today at Spa, I believe it is, as you were saying earlier, Colin. So kudos to those guys doing a really good job up in that top split. As we jump back, I'm noticing Peter Harrod is now in front of Maxie Stanton in that jump curse. But only just a little bit as Bro Sim Racing, and that is also Venomworks Endurance. Just coming by these guys.
Very exciting moments here in turn 1-2 complex as the faster LMP's coming through.
But yeah, John Kurt's now really pushing to the rear end of Century Sim, and just telling those guys, like, we've got the same pace as you, let's not be stupid. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see these guys obviously through the race. So nose to tail right now. Don't believe John Kurt's are going to do anything too drastic at this point in the race. There's also the LMP1 of MJR right behind John Kurt's racing right there. Maybe going to break up this fight just a little bit for the meantime.
That's right, here comes the MJR machine, kind of tearing through the GTEs as they're going to do. Everyone's staying safe again on this occasion. Maybe we can check back in with the LMP2 field. Although these guys are very close now. That said, Alex Gall still out in the lead in the Bro Sim Racing machine on LMP2s, but really just has a second and a half on Leo Racing at this point after they exchanged positions on the pit stops. Last lap through, Pro Sim Racing cut a 148.4 with a 148.6 from Leo. So Pro Sim Racing is pulling out a little bit here. We'll continue to follow that. Looking back in the field, third place in this class is Ronin Simsport Academy. They are 8 seconds back of the Leo machine and about 10 seconds back of the lead. Reaper Racing, a additional 8 seconds back of that, or actually, sorry, 25 seconds. But excuse me, and we're expecting to see them serving the penalty mention very soon.
Yeah, just looking down, I'm also seeing a pass for the P4 position in the GTEs. Junkers Racing have got back in front of Century Sim Racing, but they're still really close on track and still only a little bit separates those guys. So
yeah, let's see if we can pick up a replay on that. Thomas, is that possible?
See if we can get a replay on that overtake from Junkers.
Here we go. It looks like it's very tight, but giving room. Both teams there through the left-hander. It's like that's the first sequence of turns there. It's turns 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they swept through Big Bend.
Yeah, Junkers just getting a nice healthy inside line to the turn 2 section. And obviously, as we can see, Century Sim Racing still there. And I'm trying to get us back to the live footage. Century Sim Racing still hammering the back end of the Junkers Racing live.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's the move here at Sebring, at least for our races. We're seeing a lot of guys getting a really good run on the Almond Straight down into Sunset, and then consolidating and capitalizing on that at turn 1, which seems to be the best passing zone on the track so far. And you can see the both of them have pulled up again to Core Motorsports with Junko's just a second back, really, of that machine. And we'll see now as the LMP of Fuga Simsport comes sweeping through, not able to get past before the hairpin. I think that's probably the right decision, certainly for Core Motorsports. They maintain their track position on the other GTEs. So it looks like Freaky Fast have served their penalty and are back out, now running in 5th in class. I think that dropped them behind the Banzu Flow machine. They're about 11 seconds behind those guys, and then Shawshank Racing another 20 seconds behind them. All those teams running around, well, we see 49s and 50s, right? Banzu Flow last lap was a 50.5, 1 minute 50.5, of course. But the top laps of each team very much in the same range for the teams there in the 4th, 5th, 6th position. So that's going to be a good battle as we go forward, along with Reaper Racing. I'll include them in that bunch, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. All running kind of mid 48s. Freaky Fast does have a fast lap of a 47.7, so we'll see if they're able to pull themselves back up through the field.
Actually looks like Reaper Racing currently serving that 80-second stop and hold for those guys right now, as I am noticing in the pits. So it looks like they will be serving that stop and hold penalty that they have received for that turn 1 incident, as no one is currently in the car right now. So yeah, just dropping off from those guys, unfortunately for the Reaper Racing, that does put them for position on track behind all the GTEs. so they'll have all those guys to pass for position, unfortunately. But we'll see how it goes in those guys catching back up through the fields. For some reason, that's right.
I guess I was mistaking Freaky Fast for Reaper. That was my mistake, guys, on the broadcast.
Yeah, Freaky Fast running in P5 in the car number 445 with Mark Winkler in behind the wheel. And the car number 64 is the Reaper Racing with Matthew Saunders.
Yeah, I'm wondering where they've gotten to. 40 seconds is not that long of a penalty. They seem to have been out of the car for some minutes.
It was a 80-second stop and hold for those guys.
Oh, 80 seconds, right?
Yeah. If they're taking the pit stop as well, which I think it's not far from the pit stop schedules for these guys in the RP2 field right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit off cycle. I mean, there's about a 40-minute stint that it'd be only halfway through their second stint. Still, if you have to come in, you might as well take the fuel, right? At least. So, hoping those guys will stick around and keep racing. There's a long ways to go. A lot of racing to do. There's certainly, and Venomworks, Venomworks, which was caught up in that early incident, also are several laps down. So,
if you jump back and see Century Sim Racing hammering the rear end of that Junkos Racing Porsche right now, as they're both also catching up to the.
Yeah, they seem more comfortable in the second position in the train here. Maybe. I don't know. I doubt it. But yeah, but still killing it out there, these guys.
There's also the team slow pace car you can see in the background.
Taking up the dirt, pulling off the dirt in the tower turn there. That's a common place to pull some dirt. And who can get the better jump off of Le Mans corner? See if they can pull up a little closer. We'll see what each team has done as their last laps. So looking at the standings, I do want to kind of call out, and then there goes Junkos into the pits, along with the Core Motorsports, but Century Sim Racing electing to do another lap here as they are coming to their first rounds of pit stops. This would be very exciting to see where this shakes out after the stops. We'll keep an eye on that, and I'll come back to the standings in good time here, folks. We're going to see if these guys are going to take tires on this stop or not. If they're not, we should see some movement momentarily. All right, we're passing 40 seconds in the pits. So presumably folks are now on to taking tires. Again, we got the Corvette of Team Slow Pace. Sorry, the Corvette of Core Motorsports, as well as the Junkos Racing Esports Porsche in the pit lane right now, taking tires. They should be coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, both cars jumping up on the jacks and taking tires at the same time, almost simultaneously going up on the jacks. As we see in the background, a CCR also coming down in the pit lane.
And they're off together, same time, really close run off pit lane, but it looks like the Corvette of Core Motorsports will maintain their position. But let's see how they handle the first turn here. Going to the in-car camera here. This is the closest these guys have been on track for several laps. Core Motorsports taking a wide line, really trying to bother the rear end. Sorry, that's Junkos taking the wide line. when you have to get up at 8 in the morning to do a broadcast, sometimes your mental functions take a hit. Sorry, guys.
As you see, both of these two teams on the fresh tyres. It'll be interesting to see what sort of lap times these guys put out. Also, looking up through the field, also all the other cars are jumping now into the pit lane, as we do have Ronin Sim Sport and the Porsche Sport, and basically the whole field.
Yep, Century Sim Racing just pulled in. I happen to be monitoring them, and they overshot the pit lane, the pit spot slightly, and had to back up. That's definitely gonna affect them, I would think, on the relative position on track as they re-enter in this battle for third.
As you just saw the SCCR car leaving the pit lane. Do currently see the Porsche Sport car up on the tracks. Century Sim Racing. Century
Sim Racing didn't take tires, I don't think, guys. I think they're going to be coming out in front. We'll see if I'm right or if I'm off my rocker.
No, you are completely right. That is Century Sim Racing coming out in the P1, not taking the tires. Obviously, you got to think Ronin Sim Sport and Porsche Sport, both of those two teams did take tires. So it'd be interesting to see if the Century Sim Racing with Pete Harrod behind the wheel can keep hold of that car and keep it in the P1 position. I presume with the pace of Ronin and Porsche Sport both being second at the front of the field, they're going to catch up to the Century Sim Racing. I wouldn't say very shortly, but in a couple of laps time we're going to see a nice little fight for P1 within the GTE class right now.
Yeah, I mean, I have to think, Thomas, that the top two are still going to cycle out ahead of this race. I think they had enough of an advantage, but maybe not. We'll see. And I'm watching, Pete Harrod here in the Century Sim Racing car. He's definitely squirming around a lot, and I'm not sure how long, maybe before he regrets the decision not to take tires. But I commend them for going for it. We'll see how it plays out. It's a long race. This may be just the kind of advantage they need over the long run. So we'll see it and let it play out.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how the tires hold out for the Century Sim race. Tires should maybe able to just keep the good pace on. I mean, they have been setting some really good laps for those guys, so it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out.
Absolutely. As you can see now, the orange and black of Ronin Sim Sport in the background, they were solidly in the lead, and they're they've got a very strong pace. So we'll see how quickly or whether they can overhaul Century Sim Racing. Just a couple seconds back now, and Porsche Sport's a few seconds back of them.
As we are noticing a little incident potentially between Maxi Stanton and Cyril Mendes. Let's go and have a little look.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if there's something worth watching here.
Junker's going up the inside of Core Motorsports. Core being very tight around the car, and Junker's just getting to the back end of them. Interesting to see.
Dear contact, right, between those guys battling really, essentially what would I say would be for fourth in class, but Junko's turning the Corvette, and looks like no one contacted the wall, which is a good thing. It looks like a very gentle touch for the back rear there. The left front of the Junko's Porsche onto the right rear of Corvette, and just spinning him around. This is a great vantage point. Well, that's a pretty heavy clout. I'm sure not appreciated there, but both teams will carry on for the time being. We'll see if that incident's going to involve the stewards. I have to think there will be repercussions there, which is a shame, as it was very close racing there.
Junkos and Core Motorsports were having some really good fights towards the.
Yeah, we'll see. It could be a racing incident. I don't know. But generally, car contact, you know, sometimes we'll play into that category of just something that has to be addressed. Yeah, there was a great battle, and I think it's a shame for it to end that way. I'm sure Junko's team did not intend that, and you know, we're doing their best to race hard and clean. So.
From that incident, Jonas Wise in the team slow-pace Corvette did gain the position on Celo Mendes of Core Motorsports, so he's now sitting in P5. With the Junkos Racing now in P4 position. But as we're looking at the Century Sim Racing and Ronin Simsport P1, obviously Century on a second set or first set of tyres still on double stunner tyres, and Ronin on those fresh set of tyres, only a lap or two old now for those guys. So
yeah, we will see how long this battle takes to reach its conclusion, but a battle for the race lead here, which is very exciting.
Yeah, you think in terms of strategy, you think the longer Century Sim Racing can hold up the Ronin Simsport car, that brings them back into the clutches for later stages of the race. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of strategy Century Sim Racing pulled in. As they're coming down the back straight, you can see the Ronin Simsport getting ever so closer with the draft. Are they going to lunge here? Are they going to make a dive?
They are taking it very conservatively, Thomas. They're definitely planning to I think, get the classic move into turn one. I bet it'll happen here. Look at that with they're very close, pulling it out as they approach turn one. Should be a pass cleanly done, neatly done by Ronin Simsport.
Yeah, as we also see the MGR on P1 taking its time behind those guys right now and not doing anything crazy.
Yeah, observing carefully and waiting for the moment, which should be here on the Big Bend to get by safely. But well done to Phil Bereswell for Ronin Simsport. A nice clinical demonstration there of how to pass into turn one. Again, setting it up in Sunset with a very close follow out onto the track, tighter line, and getting the jump.
Yeah, as the Ronin Simsport car is now on those fresh tyres over Century Sim Racing, I presume they're just going to start pulling away from those guys and build up a bit of a gap.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out, Thomas. You got Porsche Sport also in second. Presumably, they will have the stronger performance on their fresh tires. I think Century Sim Racing is really just trying to survive as long as they can and make up as much time on the real battle that they were fighting, which is the third and fourth place battle with Junkos and Core Motorsports. Now, Core Motorsports obviously suffered that setback. They're a little bit further back. Junkos Racing also obviously pretty much came to a stop or almost so during that incident, so they will have lost some time. That'll all play into the hands of Century as they try to consolidate what ultimately may be third place. We'll see.
Yeah, obviously for the Century Sim Racing team, that's good getting out of that incident between those two cars of Junkos and Core Motorsports. Obviously they would have been right with those guys and could have maybe even been involved in that incident if they weren't careful. So obviously good strategy, and have obviously avoided some tragic damage for those guys coming in that
That's
lap
right.
or lap later, I should say. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Obviously Core Motorsports have dropped a lot of time, obviously basically being turned on track, and obviously it'd be interesting to see if anything comes out in the story later in the race as we go into live streaming, obviously. So we'll see if maybe there is a report from the Core Motorsports team if they felt Junkos did do something very wrong. this.
Yeah, it would be unusual if they didn't report it. We will really just have to see, you know, what the decision is from the stewards, and how they view the event.
But as we do see, Century Sim Racing slowly coming back into the clutches of Porsche Sport. You can see the Venom's car coming through slowly. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how these guys go in a little fight later on in the race. Obviously, same with the Ronin Sim Sport car, with the Porsche Sport car being on fresh tyres, and the Country car being on those older sets. Through the field as well, team slow pace, only 3 seconds behind the Junkers racing car after that incident earlier on. So maybe those guys may be looking at getting another position. We'll see if they keep up pace. As it stands, they are very similar pace with the Junkers racing car. The last lap was a 58.4 from team slow pace. This one was a 58.7 from team slow pace. So a little bit slower this lap because the Junkers racing car did do a 58.3. But they have been averaging doing around the same lap, so it'd be interesting to see over the race if these guys catch up.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, Thomas, and we'll see how that shakes out. Let us know in the chat if you can hear us well. Just let us know. It's sometimes hard to tell from here.
I'm noticing Alex Gal in the LMP2s has just done a pit stop, I believe, apparently. No, that wasn't a pit stop, a 147, so...
yeah, we'll be expecting pit stops from those guys in another 10 to 15 minutes, I think. Ronin SimSport right now, Bro Sim Racing right now having pulled out about a 4-second lead over Leo Racing. You know, their last lap was a 147.9. Both teams at about the same speed, to be honest. But you know, Bro Sim Racing seems to be slowly pulling out. You know, kind of a half a straight worth of lead right now. As you can see in the background, some of these shots, you'll see the second place car.
Yeah, I'm looking back through. Marco Paredo has just had a little off track. We're not going to go through that and why in that Bantu car. But it has brought Freaky Fast past those guys. So Freaky Fast obviously getting up a position. And then now a second ahead of those guys. And with that little incident. British commentator a little quiet. Thank you for that wash spot. Try and see if I can make myself a little bit louder.
Yeah, right now, watching the Bantu Flow machines, Marco Prado in the car. He, as mentioned, he lost about 8 seconds with an off on the last lap, it would appear. Maybe we can go back and see the replay, not sure. But Mark Winkler and Freaky Fast making his way past based on that. But really just has a second or so over the next car, right? So Bansu very much still in touch. Let's take a look here. Comes the replay. Bansu sweeping around, and then taking a nice big spin, nice lurid spin, managing to keep it off the tires. Came back on the track really quite quickly, and there as you see the art car there, Freaky Fast, sweeping through while they were recovering. Lucky no one got caught up in that. They had a few seconds to get things dealt with, and they did so. So all's fair in love and war, I guess. And we'll see how this plays out over the next few minutes.
Yeah, Banzu just having that little moment with the rear end wanting to step out on them and taking to the grass a little bit with a bit of a spin. Freaky Fast did get by. Lost about 6 seconds doing so in terms of the spin and getting back up to speed again. But yeah, Freaky Fast with that Mark Winkler in the car. That very colourful number 445 LMP2. Getting up into the position of P4 in front of Banzu RX-Flow. Obviously Banzu involved in that early incident on lap 1. Obviously carrying a little bit of damage, I believe, but I believe they may have also had that repaired.
Yeah, they've had a stop. I would assume at this early point in the race, one would choose to take optionals. That said, they're still in contact here on the lead lap of their class, so maybe they didn't take optionals, or maybe they really didn't have much repair. I mean, the car looks pristine as I'm looking around it right now. I don't see any damage on the front or back corners or rears, so I have to assume they must have gotten it repaired. Maybe it was minimal.
I'm also noticing that Alex Gal is in the pits, so that is the lead of the LMP2s. There's one we're looking at on replay for some reason. Alex Gal in the pits. I don't know why we've gone to a replay.
I don't know if that's live. I'm not showing even the pits on my screen.
From what I'm seeing, this is his out lap. He was just in the pit lane for a minute and 30
There we go. Yeah. Pit stops on lap 41 for the top 3. In fact, and might be interesting to see where everyone's shuffled out. Bro Sim Racing currently running through T10. Cunningham. Leo Racing just behind them. Ronin Simsport Academy out on the Ullman Straight at the moment. It's just as Alex Gal is entering the Ullman Straight, so wondering if somehow they leapfrogged in the pits.
Yes, I'm noticing pits time. I believe Alex Gal may have taken tyres through the pit stop.
That might be what happened there.
Pit stop time for Alex Gal was, I'm trying to get it up, 1 minute and 29, I believe. Oh, no, 1 minute 30. With Shinya Mishima, if I'm pronouncing that completely wrong probably. Only taking 1 minute and 5 seconds, so 25 seconds between those two pit stops.
Yep, that's right.
Also, the P3 car of Leo Racing Team also taking tyres, I believe, with 1 minute and 30 seconds. So it's interesting strategy here from the leaders right now of Ronin Simsport on those, I believe, triple stinted tyres. This is their 3rd stint on these set of tyres now, I believe. I don't think they took the tyres when they first came through the pits originally, so interesting strategy from these guys, and we'll see later in the race how this pays off for those guys. There's Marco Paredo coming into the pits as well, from P6 in class.
Yeah, so the LMP2 cycling through on their pit strategy. Freaky Fast still out there, from what I can see. The only team having not pitted yet.
Yeah, we'll
So
see
Ronan
how-
taking a page. Sorry, I was just to say Ronan taking a page out of the playbook used by Century Sim Racing, if you will, just to kind of gain some positions through the tire strategy. We'll see how it plays out for them. Have to assume it could be similar for a little, but we'll see.
Yeah, we did also miss the overtake from Josh Cam in the Porsche Sport Car on Peter Harrod. There is now, I believe, is that 8 seconds or 3 seconds between those two cars?
Looks like about 8 seconds between first and second here. I don't know if we can get back and see a replay of that overtake, but Century Sim Racing now back in third, but they've got a 19-second advantage over Juncos Racing and a 22 or 23-second advantage over Team Slow Pace. And then Core Motorsports just another 6 seconds back of that. So they've done well with their choice. Not the least because, as Thomas mentioned, they would have avoided any potential getting tangled up in the incident. But here's the pass. Looks like we're going to get a chance to look at it here. Interesting spot for it, right around the outside, which becomes the inside. That's a slick move there, Porsche Sport. I like that.
Yeah, Porsche Sport obviously using up those tyres and taking it to their advantage. Nice sweep around the outside for those guys around the P3 car now of Peter Harrod in our Century Sim Racing car.
Yeah, those guys doing the dance extremely well there together. You know, I always think of a pass as a little bit of a dance, you know, at its best. Let's put it that way. You know, when both teams are kind of aware of where the other is and leave racing room. Century Sim Racing has played themselves into a very good position at this point, I would say. You know, given the antics of the rest of the field, you know, they've set themselves up for some solid opportunity here in this race. Let's put it that way. I would call it opportunity to have a good finish, given that we still have over 10 hours of racing to go.
Yes, we also see that's Mark Winkler in the Freaky Fast number 445. Just ducking down into the pit. We don't see him ducking down into the pit, but he is coming into the pit. Also, Shawshank Racing with Julius Braun behind the wheel. Also
Yep, those guys are in the pits as well.
Be interesting to look back at the times and see what their sort of strategy is, if they're going to take tyres or if they're going to take just the fuel and get out of pits as quickly as possible.
Yep, I see the Freaky Fast machine going up on the track, jacks, taking tires this time. We'll see if the same happens with Shawshank or not.
As we are in this very lovely moment of watching Porsche Sport, I believe this is. Now, as well, we've got no action on track currently. We are going to take a short little advert and we will be back with you all in a moment.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders. Regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
As we come back to you guys from the adverts, Not really anything out to really report. All the cars just running at the moment. There's a little mistake from Manuel Strucker here in the freaky fast car, which wasn't caught on the broadcast. When we've got everything ready, we'll show you that incident that appeared there. Give me a moment to find it, you guys. Let's see what happened with the freaky fast car. Because we're also seeing, just a little spin there going to turn 2 and a bit of wall contact.
Yeah, I think he was just coming out of the pits for his first couple moments on track. That's a great. You can see him waiting for the traffic to clear. That's a great job on that. We do appreciate that. As do all the drivers. So that'll drop freaky fast back behind Bansu Flow for the time being.
As we also saw the Bombers Green under investigation, the Core Motorsport and Juncos incident. So we'll have to wait and see the actual review of that and see if there's any penalty given out there. We'll see how that goes. As we do see, but currently we do have Juncos in the P4 position, ahead of the Team Slow Pace of Jonas Boys and Celio Mendes in the Core Motorsport car, not far behind those guys. So it'll be very interesting to see if there's any penalty received to Juncos from that incident. We'll just have to leave it to the stewards and see what is being said. Do see the freaky fast car just behind Juncos. Here's Juncos take a little bit of gravel, a little bit of that run of area. Just swoop around the outside there.
So right now the tightest battle on track that I'm seeing is for first place in the LMP 2 category. We have Ronan Simsport in the lead over Bro Sim Racing by dint, I think, of not taking the tires. But Bro Sim Racing just 2 seconds back now as they work through the first part of the track together, dealing with some lap traffic there as well. As Shinya Machimi in the Ronan Simsport car has just made his way past the Banzu Flow machine that's running in 4th in class. So lapping, these guys at the front are lapping up to 4th place at this point. Also got Porsche Sport in the mix there as everyone tries to get by cleanly.
You see Porsche Sport going to the left-hand side, making sure they get the full run through this next section of corners. It's also, you see Bro Sim Racing behind Porsche Sport now. So the Bro Sim Racing able to capitalise a little bit and see how fastly they can get by the Banzu car though. That will prove to be very vital for those guys in catching Ronan Simsport as quickly as possible.
Gap is down to 1.6 based on my clock. And you got Bro Sim Racing now making their way past Bansu into sunset.
You can see through the windshield, you can just see Shinya in the Ronan Simsport car just ahead there, 1.3 seconds there, there's a gap. So maybe very soon with the Bro Sim Racing car being on fresher tyres over the Ronan Simsport team, hopefully these guys are going to catch up very quickly. And obviously Alex Gal being setting some really good laps. In terms of the last laps though, Alex Gal on top with just under a second gap, with Alex Gal setting.
He gets a little wide there and the exit of turn 5 and take some dirt. That'll slow him down a bit. Thomas looks like he's lost about half a second off of that little error.
Yeah, he's dropped down to 2 seconds behind the Ronin car now. But yeah, as I was saying on the last laps that was set by the two teams, Alex Gal setting a 47.86, and Shinya setting a 48.6. So getting held up a little bit behind some of the slower cars. But we'll see how the pace shows over the next couple of laps.
Now the two LMP2 leaders passing the leader in class of the GTE field, the Porsche of Ronin SimSport. We'll see how quickly Alex can pull back the half second that he lost there on that last lap. We'll see their lap times for this time around. Looks like Ronin SimSport pulled a 48.2 and Alex pulled a 48.1, so still slightly faster despite the error. And now back to 1.2 seconds between the two. So
yeah, Alex got getting that really nice run down the back straight, and also getting the draft from the Ronin SimSport Porsche and using all of it as much as possible. Really hard to find that time back towards the Ronin SimSport car. We see them both within a second of each other right now. So it's
another small error there. Yeah, another small error there from the Pro SimSport machine. They took some dirt on the exit of the hairpin, and didn't seem to hurt them very much, though. From a gap perspective, it looked like not a place I'd want to be there. And remember, you know, the Ronin SimSport Academy guys in blue, they've got older tires, presumably here. They double stinted those tires, potentially triple, I suppose. Although I don't know what the tire wear situation is for the LMP2s this early in the race. It's still very hot on track. And the track temperature now has come down to 42 C from the high of 50, but still quite hot. That big wide line they're taking there, that's, I think, responsible for some of the time that they're gaining on Ronin.
You see the Hugo SimSport car in the LMP1 class streaking by these two guys, but Alex got really on the rear bumper of Ronin SimSport right now.
See if he gets a run on him now going down into the hairpin. We haven't seen a pass there yet in position, but we might be about to see our first. No. Yeah, let's just kind of hang out behind and continue the pressure. Fascinating to see here how they handle this and whether Bro Sim Racing, it looks like they're going to sit behind for the moment rather than force it. Sort of a pass in a tricky position. Good racecraft here. They don't want to risk too much. And here we go. We have a good run and so close to two cars. Tough place to make a pass again without really messing up your line. And here we go back onto the back straight, out of Le Mans, onto the Ulm straight. Will they get enough to kind of get alongside for sunset? Looks like they will. Pulling out into turn 17. Alex Gal keeping it tight. It looks like he'll be able to hold on to that position then. And we'll see on the comeback from Ronin SimSport. They're still very close. Guys both really know how to deal with that turn one. Great lines. And now Pro Sim Racing easing out a little bit of an advantage. Up to 7/10 now, going into the hairpin. Kind of out of the clutches for the time being.
Yeah, obviously, Pro Sim Racing on those fresh tyres, they can really push that car a little bit faster right now at this stage in the race. And obviously very interesting sport. I think taking a smarter strategy and letting those guys by right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're on older tires. It's early in the race, and clearly, you know, the Pro Sim Racing team had slightly better pace at this point in the race.
As I'm noticing, Fuka Sim Sport at the top of the field right now. Last lap was the new fastest lap of the race with a 1:38.25. So they're once again they're not backing off and they're just setting the laps that they can and going as fast as they can. I believe that is.
Yeah, those guys are killing it over there. That's a good job. Still got Patrick Pelchat in the car, and we'll see how that plays out. It looks like they've last pitted on lap 52, currently running lap 61, so he's in the middle of a stint. We may have a driver change, you know, at the next stop. We'll see.
It's very interesting to see. No further action on the incident between Cormac Sports and Juncos Racing. So that lets Juncos stay in the P4 position for the time being, with about 11 seconds over the Cormac Sports car, and about another 7 seconds over the Jonas Wees and the Team Slow Pace car right now. So Juncos able to keep all that P4 with no penalty for that incident.
Yeah, that's an interesting call, Thomas. I mean, it looked like a racing incident in some ways at the time. I know they didn't intend to make contact, and I think that's reflected in the steward's decision this time.
I was also noticing Peter Harrod in that Juncos car, I believe. No, not the Juncos car, in the
Century Sim Racing. Yeah, they look like
Sim Racing car. They've just come into the pits.
So they're in the pits, so that explains why they're no longer in third. First of the drivers to pit here, it looks like they're pitting a little early, maybe because of the tire situation. Maybe double stinting they decided wasn't the best choice. Going up on the jacks right now to get rid of those tires and get a fresh set on. Definitely a little bit early because they should have had another 15 minutes in their stint, I feel.
Yeah, it's definitely an early stint, and also just maybe something in real life as well. As I'm noticing, they have a driver change as James Whitehouse is also jumping in that car. So a driver change for those guys.
Yep, they're on their way again. Yep.
Mr. Harrod is getting out. So yeah. So maybe only is that a bit of strategy, but maybe also something in real life that we're not too sure about. But we'll surely keep an eye out on those guys.
At this point, Alex Gallen, the Pro Sim Racing LMP2, has pulled out about 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds on the Ronin Sim Sport Academy team. Definitely has better pace, and Ronin's sort of settling into their race pace, and actually probably looking potentially in their rear view mirror at the Leo Racing team, which is only 3 seconds back, and having just set a lap about a second quicker than their last lap. So we'll see how that plays out over the next few minutes.
as we have a look back, Racing Sport slowly losing a bit of time to the Leo Racing team. So just like what we saw with Century Sim Racing, not taking the tyres through that first pit stop, but also gaining 2 positions, and then shortly after losing them in the next stint. So it'll be interesting to see if these guys try and do the full stint of these tyres, which you presume they would, and then changing them on the next stop.
So let's talk through the standings, Thomas, as we entered this race. In LMP1, Fuga Sim Sport with a chokehold on the championship with 38 points. MJR Racing on 28 points in second place. So those two being the only LMP1s in the class, in the field, I think it's a lock that they'll finish in the top 2 spots, and potentially a lock that they'll stay in the order that they're in, honestly. If we look at overall, points, that's the way it seems. LMP2, we have Venomworks Endurance in the top spot points-wise, coming into the race with 79 over the Leo Racing machine with 62, Shawshank with 45, Koslenko on 40, Manzu on 36, and the currently leading Bro Sim Racing on 17. So they did come back. I think Bro Sim Racing missed a few races, but they're back with us and should improve their position. Should they go ahead and win the race, they'll improve their position in the championship pretty exponentially.
Yeah, that early incident for Venomworks could be proving dividends for their championship standings then, by the sounds of things.
Yeah, it could be problematic. They have a 17-point lead over Leo Racing, but Leo is currently, in the top 3, doing well. Really, it's going to come down to where the 2 teams finish. But Venomworks definitely has the reasons to continue today.
As I did just see, Josh Johnson did just get past the SCCR car, and the SCCR having a little incident, I believe, going off track. I would like to just see what happened here for those guys. Maybe some technical issues. So a little bit of grass for those guys.
Woo! Going for a ride.
As they become passengers at that point. Take a little bit of the wall as Junkers also get by there. It looked like a very scary moment for those guys there. Could have been a race ender. And also for Josh Johnson, as they did just get by the SCCR car. I'll let you continue with your championship standings.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the LMP2 class, it's 25 points for a win. So just looking at the way that'll play out as they stand, we'll kind of come back to you with a calculation. I don't want to do it live on the air, but looking at other classes here. Sorry, guys. Let me just figure out where I'm at. I'm trying to manipulate a few windows here.
Leo Racing Team did also just get into second place over the Ronin Simsport car, going into turn 1 now. And now
All right.
Slow pace corner.
Good job. And we saw that coming, I would say, as well. The gambit on tires maybe not playing out exactly the way they hoped, but it sure added some excitement to our day.
As Ronin Simsport massively locked up going in there, nearly getting into the back of Leo Racing Team.
Yeah, so looking at the championship standings overall, Porsche Sport on 68 points with Ronin Simsport on 58. So that's certainly going to be something that Porsche Sport's going to fight for. They're running second right now based on the points. I think they would still, in this position, they would eke out a win, if you will, of the overall championship if they stay in second. Not so sure about if they were to fall further behind. Just trying to see in what situation they could lose. I think they could afford to finish third. They'll lose 9 points then, and that therefore gain. But if they finished fourth and the other team won, if if Ronan Simsport won, then Ronan would win the championship. That's my analysis at this point. So right now we see some pit stops from our LMP2s with Leo Racing in the pits at the moment. I would expect to see Bro Sim Racing and Ronan Simsport in shortly as well. It'd be interesting to see at what point the LMP2s do start. We continued do double or triple stint the tires. Based on what I just saw, I think Leo Racing did not take tires on that stop. Running very wide out of the pits, almost getting a 1X. It's a tricky one. If you take it full steam out of the pits, you really got to make sure you're left of that white line when you get to the grass.
It'd be interesting to see if Pro Sim Racing here do duck into the pits as they come around sunset here at any moment now. As they do just also get past Banzo RX full low. As no, Pro Sim Racing still continuing. So maybe a little bit of fuel saving has been going on for that Pro Sim Racing car to stretch out that stint as much as possible. Or if maybe the Leo Racing team maybe ducked in a little bit early.
Yeah, my memory from the previous racing is that Leo Racing does tend to get slightly lower fuel mileage than some of the other teams. Been the first to pit the cycle usually, but we'll see. Everyone else should be coming in the next lap or two for sure. Right now riding with the LMP2 leading Bro Sim Racing car. They've just run the fastest lap of the race for this class at a 146.338 on the last lap. That would have been lap 61. So Alex Gal is definitely on it. Probably just trying to use up those tires before coming in. He's going to double stint them. Maybe they're double stinting the LMP2 tires and that Ronan tried to triple stint. But Ronan's still out as well, not cutting it short. Which reminds me, we should start to see the rest of the GTE class coming in for their pit stops shortly.
As Bro Sim Racing have just entered a pit lane as well. Be interesting to see if Bro Sim Racing has to come round sunset also duck into the pits, as it does also look like that.
Yep, Ronan Simsport in the pits as well. So lap 62 for those guys, lap 60 for Leo Racing, so a little bit ahead.
It'd be interesting to see how this shapes out in terms of the Leo Racing car coming up now, as they are just coming through Le Mans section and onto the back straight now.
Yep, they did not take tires. I anticipate that potentially Ronan Simsport certainly will take tires, but Bro Sim Racing already out of the pits, and I think that they also are double stinting this set of tires. So Alex Gall still in the car. Looks like he'll do a 4th stint. Leo Racing now in T1, and he's still got Ronan Simsport in the pit. Presumably taking tires, so their stop is going to take a little longer this time, and then they're moving now. They'll fall back a little bit. Now, will they fall back behind Freaky Fast? Let's pick up Freaky Fast if we can. That's Manuel Strupper. They're still back a ways here, just working their way. It looks like through turns 15, 16 onto the back straight. So I think Ronan Simsport gets out clearly in front of these guys and maintains 3rd. So right now we're riding with Ronan Simsport Academy as they are going through turn 10. It looks like. Actually, I think that was turn 14. My bad. But with fresh tires on this machine now. May gain a little time back at the next stop.
Yeah, as I'm noticing, your first of your GTE runners, Celo Mendes, just jumping into the pits, and Marco Mendes also just jumping into the car, so a driver change for those guys.
Yep, Core Motorsports. Wonder if those guys are brothers. One might think so.
Maybe Hugo Mendes in the chat, who said something earlier with no comments. Can maybe
clarify for us. Yeah.
You see Core Motorsports jumping up on the jacks, taking tires. Also, the Ronan Sim Sport car just behind the building, also going into the pits.
Yep, it's that time for pit stops for those guys. Lap 59 for a couple of them. Century Sim Racing tried to double stint and went to lap 52 on those tires, and then decided to kind of come in. I guess they thought they were losing too much time, or though there could be, a real life issue that they needed to change drivers at that point. Looking at Ronan Simsport, Gabriel Erdi is getting in the car, so he's going to take the next set of laps. Checking out Porsche Sport, see if Josh Cam is going to come in the next lap. We'll see. Right now he's in the hairpin, so he's on his lap 60, which is the same lap. So he's definitely going to do an extra lap compared to the others. Junko's also in the pits at this time, and they're going to do a driver change. Ezekiel Montero getting in the car.
Yeah, and also Ronan Simsport doing a driver change as Gabriel Drill jumps into the car for that car. So it'd be interesting to see what laps Gabriel puts out, as in recent tracks he has been shown as one of the fastest drivers for that Ronan Simsport team, as far as I'm aware. It'd be interesting to see what he does here today.
Yep. Team Slow Pace still also out in the GTE class. Have not pitted yet. Right now we're riding with Josh Cam, who's potentially the leader on track. Running into Sunset, we're going to see if they hit the pit lane this time by. Looks like he's taking a very wide line. Definitely a pit-friendly line. But he goes around again. He's hitting the straight and going to get another lap out of this sucker. Good going.
Did you see the freaky fast out on P2 coming by as well?
So to do a little bit more on the history of Sebring while we wait for everybody to kind of cycle through. The first 12 hours of Sebring was held in, I think, 1952. That was the first 12 hours of Sebring. It was also the site of the first ever FIA World Championship sports car race, which was in '53. It's one of the most versatile testing facilities in the industries, and there's a bunch of circuit configurations for various events. The surface of Sebring's front straight is the original concrete poured in 1941 for the military base. So that's the front straight in particular. It was named Hendricks Field. The original field was named in honor of First Lieutenant Laird Woodruff Hendricks Jr., who was from Ocala, Florida. He was killed in a B-17 on July 28, 1941, 3 days after he arrived there to train Royal Air Force pilots. So he was flying with the Brits at that point, and then they named the field after him. We see Josh Cam and Porsche Sport in the pits here, along with one of the LMPs, which is Manuel Stripper from Freaking Fast. They're pitting at the same time. Looks like Porsche Sport is making a driver's change with Mike Epstein in that second section. Team Slow Pace is also entering the pit lane at this point. They're also going to take a driver change with Emil Roning jumping in the car. So Ronin Simsport back in the lead authoritatively, running lap 62. They're already through the first sequence of corners, corners 2 through 5, and that's before we even have Porsche Sport kind of coming out of as they're coming out of the pits. So a commanding, I would say, perhaps a commanding lead, or a solid gap. Let's just put it that way. We're going to see how all this plays out. I think we're going to have Century Simsport shake back out into third here. Yep, they're about 5 seconds ahead of Juncos, I think, at this point. In fourth. It'll be interesting to see is Team Slow Pace going to cycle back out in front of Core Motorsports. It looks like it, but not by a ton. Core Motorsports 13 seconds back right now. We'll see. I don't know if those numbers are completely accurate, but meanwhile, SCCR Simsports also in the pits, having just come in. I think they had maybe a little bit of damage from their previous shunt we saw. Nathan Healy getting into the car. Right now we got a pretty good battle for fourth in class for the LMP2s. Maybe we can jump back to the Ronin Simsport Academy machine or Freaky Fast. I think Ronin Simsport just a couple seconds behind Freaky Fast at this point. Going down the Ullman Straight. I should see the Freaky Fast machine. That was Freaky Fast, and there's Ronin. They are really kind of neck and neck at the moment. Not clear which team may be the quicker. Overall, as their fast laps are about equal. But it looks like Ronin Simsport is gaining. It's like just about 1.4 seconds between the two at the moment.
I wonder what has happened to the Porsche Sport car. Ryan Parkins jumped in to drive, and all of a sudden they're now down in P6 in class.
Oh my goodness! Well, there must have been some issue because we had. I thought I saw a different name in the car before. I called out a different name, Mike Epps, I think it was. But he is disconnected at the moment. Perhaps he had a disconnection on his outlap. That would throw them back a bit. Definitely, that kind of bad luck could cause them some issues with the championship, as mentioned. These guys need to finish a third or better if Ronin Simsport goes ahead and wins the race. But there's a lot of race to go, so a lot could still happen. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and there's almost 10 hours to go.
Joshua Johnson in that Venom Works insurance car. Still in P7 in class, just going for their pit stop. They are now ahead on track in position of all the GTEs. Good for those guys, so be interesting to see. They are 4 laps down, I am seeing, so be interested to see if they can make up any laps on the leaders of the LMP2 class. Maybe gain a couple more points towards the championship.
So I'm circling back to what happened with Porsche Sport. Mike Epps did take to the track. It looks like somewhere around Collier, coming out of Cunningham turn 10, he disconnected from the server, just disappeared. And I think at that point the car towed, and then we have Ryan Parkins jumping in. Not sure what happened with Mike, whether it's internet issues or something, worse, like a computer dying or some other issue. That's really unfortunate for those guys. It's going to put them on the back foot for sure.
I am being informed from behind the scenes from Charles Michel, who you guys will hear from later. It was a throughput incident, because he disconnected from the sim.
Yeah, I see the throughput event in the chat. So that's definitely, again, you can't tell if it's the internet or the computer or what.
As we'll see, very Simsport sweeping around the outside of Freaky Fast Racing. Last time up into P3 in class for Ronin Simsport.
All right, that's great. Great for them. Great to see a move on track. Still trying to kind of assess the damage for Porsche Sports.
I actually believe that might be in a position in terms of laps down.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned with for them. I see Ryan now just starting lap 65, and Ronin Simsport just starting lap 66. So they've gone to almost a lap down, which is actually, in my opinion, not as bad as it could have been. I would have expected them to lose a full lap or more. I could be wrong, but the way it's looking to me, Porsche Sport is almost a lap down to the lead. But what's key to them is not so much the lead. I think they just are going to need to haul themselves back up through the standings. There's a lot of race to go, and if they're on the lead lap right now and, on the lead lap with the cars in front of them, they'll be in fairly good shape to do that over the length of the race. It's going to be a long haul, though, for them to come back. I feel bad for those guys. That's not the kind of event that you want determining kind of the outcome of your season. Looks like right now they're about 30 seconds behind the Core Motorsports machine, currently shown in 5th place. And that'll be their first target. Not sure, how quickly they'll get there. They're definitely, their ideal pace was a little quicker, but than the Core machine, their top pace. So I have to think they have a chance to pull that back. We'll see how it goes, though. Core Motorsports has been running a stout race, only really affected by the spin with Juncos. So right now we do have a fairly tight battle for second overall. It looks like right now Century Sim Racing shown in second, with Juncos Racing probably less than 4 seconds behind, half a straightaway, if you will. And looking at the last lap, Juncos Racing was a second quicker than Century, so that may be our next action on track to follow. We'll see if that develops into a head-to-head fight. But James Whitehouse in the Century Sim Racing Porsche just hitting the hairpin with, honestly, Juncos right behind. Yeah, you can see them there in the shot. So just riding with James Whitehouse here, Century Sim Racing, as he completes another lap. That was a 1:57.9, quite a stout lap. Juncos Racing Esports shown at a 1:57.7, so pulling another couple tenths in off of the Century Sim Racing machine, but not nearly as much of a gap as the last lap. So, Whitehouse may have had some lap traffic previously to deal with. Some LMP2s kind of trying to lap him and getting a little bit in the way in terms of his lap time, optimal lap time. Now we've got a LMP2 making their way through these two drivers. The Banzu Flow machine coming in potentially could affect next couple of corners for Century Sim Racing guys. See. This time round, Century Sim Racing pulling another 1:57.9. 6.0, that's their best lap time of the day. And Juncos at a 1:57.644. So I gotta say that I think that Juncos has the pace over Century Sim Racing. So that will play out over the next few laps. We'll see. Meanwhile, these guys are almost a minute back of the class leader. Right now, Gabriel Erdi in the Ronin SimSport GTE. He just cut a 1:56.6, which is about a second quicker than these guys are running per lap. So that looks like they're well out in control of the lead at this time. So now Century Sim Racing really holding station here, really, kind of battling to hold on to their advantage here. It's being chipped away bit by bit. It's down to about 2.8 seconds now. 3 seconds. Ezekiel Montero in the Juncos Racing machine. So these guys are having a good time. They got their hands full. And noting that just another 8 seconds back is Team Slow Pace with Emil Roning at the wheel of that Corvette. And then behind him is in reasonable distance Marco Mendez at Core Motorsports number 9 car. That's just another 4.5 seconds back. So those two are both Corvettes. They could be in contact fairly shortly, as Core Motorsports ran about a second a lap faster than Slow Pace on the last lap. on the subject of the track at Sebring, and I had mentioned how much access is provided. I want to call out, they've got a, on the track website, they have a bullet that mentions Sebring is known as is known as the most fan-friendly circuit in the world. All tickets allow access to all non-hospitality areas on the property, including both the IMSA and FIA WEC competitor paddocks. They're open to all spectators. I remember walking the grid at Sebring. That was one of the best experiences of my life seeing the motor race. I mean, just all the cars are there, pre-race, everybody's out. All the drivers are hanging around by their cars. Everybody's very accessible. You can talk to just about anyone you want to. Should you encounter them there, and wait patiently for your turn, or whatever. They're not always accessible. They may be having a team conversation, but they do come out to greet the fans by and large, and meet the fans. Get your selfies, get close-up shots of all the racing machinery, racing porn, if you will. Cars are beautiful. Cars are beautiful, especially in person. I can't underemphasize it enough, or overemphasize it too much. What am I trying to say? It's really a great time to go to a motor race in real life. If you've never been, you should absolutely go, especially the top levels. Over the years, I've been also to Lime Rock to see the sports car races there. That's a great facility. It's really quite small, as everyone knows who's driven it in iRacing. It's a small track, and it's easy to get around it. It's similarly, it's got camping areas all around the inside of the track, some even on the outside of the track, I believe. But you can come in there and camp for the weekend. It's a beautiful scene, and a lot of fun. There's nothing like waking up in your tent at 7 a.m. and hearing the roar and the smell of like Mazda Miatas taking the track for their run. Unfortunately, if you're in one of the lesser classes, shall we say, support races, you're going to get assigned potentially a weird time to race, and their time was 7 a.m. Yeah, so still, I mean, there's just nothing like it.
As I do see Junkers quite quickly catching to the back of Century Sim Racing right now.
All right, let's take a look at that. Yep, they're getting there. They're only 1.4 seconds back right now. So this battle is going to come to a head shortly.
Also noticing up the field, Shawshank Racing and Freaky Fast having a little battle. And also Freaky Fast did actually have a little off-track moment. So I'm going to very quickly, before the fight in GTD starts, let's have a quick look at what happened for Manuel Schucker in that Freaky Fast car, if it's showing it. Here we go. Let's have a little look.
So hitting the Le Mans corner, it looks like he's going to go wide. Yeah, he's going to go wide, slows you down quite drastically, effectively ruining your run out of that corner. And there you can see the Shawshank LMP catching up quickly. And maybe we can see the pass itself. I don't know if that's going to be possible.
It's very possible. At the end of the straight, just down into Sunset with the extra speed, but not going off track. Shawshank just sweep in front through Sunset.
Well executed. They went for it there. I mean, they had the head of steam, they had enough pace, but could have done otherwise, could have waited, I suppose. But why wait?
As we do head back to Junkos, they are within a second now of Century Sim Racing.
Meanwhile, I think the lead car is lapping the Porsche Sport, or working on lapping the Porsche Sport machine. Not sure they're going to get it done here in turn one, but there they go, sweeping through the inside. They do make the pass. Not a happy moment for Porsche Sport, although probably largely symbolic in some way, because they were not on the pace with Ronan at that point. Before their issue, they were still some distance back. Really, the key for Porsche Sports is going to be can they haul them back up, there's themselves back up to third place to save their championship. That's the way I see it. I could be wrong in my analysis. I'm sure someone in the chat will let me know. But so meanwhile, Century Sim Racing and Junkos now really quite tight. Here we are back at that battle, less than a second between the two as they get overhauled by an LMP. That's Josh Johnson in the Venomworks Endurance car. They are holding on in LMP2, hoping to hold on to their first place in the championship. You know, in LMP2 class, first place gets 25 points. So, you know, the points are spread out a bit. We're going to see, let me just pop over to the standings. Venomworks has, you know, a fairly big advantage. This looks like a 17-point advantage over Leo Racing. So that's the good news for them. But in terms of the overall points, you know, with Leo Racing currently sitting second, they'd scored 20 points. So given that we're going to have probably points down to eighth, we've got, in other words, 8 cars left. Is it 8 or 7? Maybe. No, sorry. Let me just. Yeah, they're in 7th place overall in LMP2, so they would score 9 points, and that's an 11-point differential. That should be enough for them to maintain their championship, based on what I'm seeing right now. They would have to finish, I think, impossibly worse. I mean, even if Leo Racing comes through and wins the race, and Venomworks finished the 7th, that would still be a 16-point differential, which means they should still win the championship by 1 point. So good for Venomworks. They just need to finish and get those points. I believe we do not classify cars or award points if you do not finish the race, if you're not running it. We can double check on that.
I think you are right with that fact, Colin.
Yep.
Noticing the Leo Racing team car ducking into the pits, so it looks like it's not far off the time for the LMP2s.
Yeah.
To start pitting.
We'll see. They are sort of the front of the trend, the trendsetters.
Also, a driver change for that Leo Racing team as Daniel Pizza gets into the car.
Ah, very good. Nice to see Daniel back in. We'd had Alessio Generetti there taking the second stint after Michele Sangali took this front part of the race. Still tracking this battle for second overall in GTE class. Very tight between James Whitehouse of Century Sim Racing and Ezekiel Montero in the Juncos Racing Esports number 32 car. As they go through Sunset. Now they're just 4/10 behind another LMP2 coming through though. That's Shinya Machimi in the Ronin Sim Sport Academy car. Sweeping to the inside, should be able to take care of these two guys before turn 3. But then stuck behind is Pat Pelchat in the Fuga Sim Sport car. That's the race leading car. He'll have plenty of power to sweep by these guys on Big Bend, so he does so. And on the showing the nose is the Juncos Racing Machine. They're definitely right there, ready to kind of make the move here. We'll see if they can make it at the end of this long curved straight that goes, past Fangio and into Cunningham, turn 10. I think they're going to be very careful and judicious about choosing when to make this move, make it a safe spot where, both drivers have room. Heading through Tower and around Bishop and into turn 15. No name corner as far as I'm concerned. Around Le Mans onto the back straight. Let's see if Ezekiel can get a run. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of an unusual line. Maybe they're just trying to break the draft. James in the Century Sim Racing car. Still holds them behind, tight into the corner, and again in the same spot. They get turned.
Yeah, it's a very weird situation there. Juncos again involved in another incident up at the top of Sunset. Let's have a little
different driver though, I think. So
yes,
I think they're just doing a better job of keeping their speed, carrying their speed through that corner, and sort of that's the outcome. Yeah, again.
Just turning in a little bit.
I don't think they're carrying their momentum as efficiently and keeping that arc of the turn, fast and controlled. I think it's very difficult for Juncos to hit the brakes there and make some kind of move to avoid that contact once they're already committed in that corner. Because if you modulate the brakes, it's very likely you could take yourself out. So, geez. Yeah, I mean, they just suddenly closed the Century car. Hard to say there. See what the outcome could be of any stewarding decision. That looked like a carbon copy of the previous incident to me.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes in the Stewart report. Obviously, drivers are given, or teams are given a 15-minute window where they've got to wait 15 minutes after the incident before they can report the incident. So drivers have a little bit of time to reflect and see the incident themselves and see what they think and see if it's worthy of an incident report.
So super tight right now, but here because Century Sim Racing has fallen back into the clutches of the two Corvettes of Slow Pace and Core Motorsports. But meanwhile, as we mentioned, Core Motorsports a little more pace than Team Slow Pace, and looks like they're about to make the pass for what would be, I think, 4th in class.
Yeah, with that incident with Ryan Parkins at the front of that Porsche Sport car, that would be fourth in class effectively if Colmac Sports can get in front of Team Slow Pace. And then obviously James Whitehouse in that Century Sim Racing Porsche, who is in the P3 car right now, is only just ahead of these guys.
Yep. He really didn't lose a lot of time on that other lap. I mean, it looks like just about less than 10 seconds on that little spin, and the following lap it was also probably a bit of traffic and stuff, but now he's back in these guys' clutches. But we'll see if their own battle is gonna slow them down, the Corvettes, right? So we got Emil Roning in the red Team Slow Pace machine, and Marco Mendez in the Core Motorsports yellow and blue machine. And he looks like he's showing the nose here, going through Bishop. And now Le Mans. And it's so interesting to see everybody take that line. That's one of the hardest corners on the track, in my opinion. Just getting that little jog out to the left and then darting back to the right. Just get it just right with the gas, the momentum, the balance of the car, so that you can tighten up Le Mans as much as you can and get a great launch. Looks like they're fairly closely matched on that. As we go in through turn 17. Sunset Bend. Will Mendez get a run? Doesn't look like he's close enough this time for turn 1. It's two cars very closely matched. I wonder if Marco is running a little more downforce. Oh, but he's coming in on the inside here, going into turn number 3. Is he going to be able to get it done? He does. He does. So Marco Mendez moving Core Motorsports back into 4th place. After their setback, their incident with Juncos earlier, and they lost a little time there. They got completely spun around in that one, so it was a little bit, I think, worse than the one we just saw. Solidly back and forth, and now we'll see if they can make an impression on Century Sim Racing for 3rd place. Looking at the top laps of each team, on the last lap they were almost identical times of 57.8, but in the overall, Century Sim Racing seems sorry, I'm looking at the wrong team, but Core Motorsports having about 2/10, 3/10 on Century Sim Racing in terms of absolute best lap of the race. Now that's really questionable. Who set the lap? Is that really indicative of what's anything going to happen here? But looking at Mendez, we'll track this and see if he's able to pull in on Whitehouse in 3rd. About 1.2 seconds right now is the gap.
Core Motorsports really get onto the rear end of Century Sim Racing here. Just under a second now to those guys.
Yeah, it seems like it's inevitable now that they may fight for that position head-to-head.
What's this Century Sim Racing carrying a little bit of damage from 9% with Junkers. You can see that rear wing a little bit indented on the right hand side.
It is, you're right.
Looks like they've got a really good run out here.
Really good run, but watch out for those LMPs. Number 11 car pulling to the inside and pushing, almost pushing Century Simsport a little wider than they might have otherwise wanted to be. And I think that's going to be them heading for the pit lane. Oh, fascinating. Just lighting up the tires, getting down to speed. We'll see if they'll take repairs here.
It feels very early for Century Sim Racing. I'd have thought
Absolutely.
they could go another 10 minutes or so, but maybe they're trying to stay out a bit more trouble.
Well, they may have just decided, yeah, they may have decided. Weren't they the ones that short stinted though before? Because they...
No, that was Ronin Simsport. They double stinted the tires and came in early, didn't they?
No, I don't think so. I think it was these guys, remember? Because they got kudos in the chat for double stinting earlier. I think they did come in early, so this might be right on schedule. However, we'll see if they... Oh, they're out again. They're moving, so I think they didn't even take tires there. So, yeah, their tire stints will now be offset by one. I think these guys are doubling most of them. We'll see. They didn't take tires that time. That's much I can say.
No, it doesn't look like they did. It looks like our rear wings repaired a little bit. Maybe not too much.
I don't see it being changed on my screen. I don't think they stayed in one place long enough to do any optionals. But
yeah, the Core Motorsports car now only 11 seconds back from the Team Junkers car. And slow pace not far behind Core Motorsports either. I would almost say that they're being dragged along a little bit as well.
absolutely. Well, you know, there's always the lap traffic that they're dealing with lap after lap, but this could be interesting. I do think it's going to be a little more difficult for for Core Motorsports to reel in Junkos than it was there for the Century guys. As Junkos is showing a pretty stout pace right now. Their last lap was 157.3, which is faster than Core Motorsports 157.4. So that we'll follow this. Right now, gap shown at about 10 seconds.
As Team Slow Pace have just suddenly dropped off from the back of Core Motorsports. Had a little incident. Let's go and have a little... find it. To get set for go. Let's have a look. Let's try that again. Here we go, Team Slow Pace. Let's see what happened. Oh, let's see what happened to these guys. Going to tower and a spin. You get a little bit of curve on the right hand side.
Yeah, that curb on the right-hand exit of tower is brutal. at times. If you do catch it, they did a great job to kind of immediately grab a hold of it. It didn't even really lose or swap ends, but it definitely cost them some time. Yeah, the
Also
last lap.
noticing a little incident for Century Sim Racing team with James Whitehouse behind me. Let's have a little look. What has gone on for James? All by himself.
Looks like the hairpin looks like it gets
the rear
a little
end
bit
just
wrong.
comes around on him. Maybe that's Century Sim Racing car. They're struggling a little bit with that rear wing. A little bit of a spin for those guys, but yeah.
Well, good job not backing up onto the track when the traffic was coming. It's so difficult down there to figure out which is the right way to go. Sometimes better to go off to the left there where the service road is, or the extra bit of road. But so a couple guys there running into small car control issues. Just takes a wheel off here and there to cause a short, small spin. We're really glad to see no one hit anything, and they're all able to continue. So right now, riding with Team Slow Pace down the Ullman Straight. See how that has played into the hands of Porsche Sport. They're now only 22 seconds behind those guys, and actually may have overhauled Century Sim Racing, although that may have been on strength of pit stop timing. Yeah, Century Sim Racing has pitted, and everyone else will be pitting probably about 7 laps after them. We are at 2:52 into the race, around 3 hours mark. We should see the bulk of the GTE pit stops. Meanwhile, checking back in on the LMP2 field, Ronin Simsport Academy shown in the lead at this moment. That's interesting. With Bro Sim Racing 6 seconds back. Not sure what happened there, as the pit stops were 10 laps ago for pretty much everybody. So it's not really a pit stop result. Could this be on tires again?
Could be. I'm trying to find out what the pit times were. Can't quite see that for some reason.
Yeah, I'm showing everybody. Well, I'm showing Leo at a shorter, like 38 seconds, and I'm showing Ronin and Bro Sim Racing at about a minute, 58, 59 seconds. That would indicate that Leo Racing probably didn't take tires, but the others did. But we'll research that a little bit here.
Also, it's start point of the race as well. We do have a advert coming up very, very soon. Well, we have no battles on track, so we can play that as well. And we will also be changing over and introducing Charles and Joshua into the broadcast booth for you guys this evening. So before we do that, we're going to go into the commercials and we will be back with you very, very shortly.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
Hello and welcome back. This is Charles Beauchelle along with Josh Morris. Hey Josh, very interesting start to the event today, taking over here from Colin and TC.
Yeah, it's definitely been interesting, even though we have a limited amount of cars. It's definitely been eventful.
Yep, no shortage of excitement. We were just talking amongst the group about the points for position and everything, and we think that based on the way the cars are running right now, that Porsche Sport is still in the lead in the GTE class, but it's very, very tight. It's maybe 1 or 2 points difference between them and Ronin Simsport.
Yeah, there's definitely some battles going on out there for the championship, which I'm glad to see. I mean, Fuga's definitely got that pretty much locked in place.
Yeah, absolutely, and pretty dominant on the track today, as they have been for most of the series. Looking at the LMP2 class, we've got Ronin Simsport Academy LMP2 in front, with Pro Sim Racing LMP2 in second. Leo is in third. And I think that I don't think we talked about it very much, so too close to call on the points. But it'll be an interesting end to the day. So we're in here for the next 3 hours, talking about the race that's going on, try and keep you entertained, and so we'll just kind of talk through the action. I know Colin is always with the good historical information, and always, if you're into iRacing, the running joke is always that this was a former World War II air base. Actually, that is actually true this time. So so I think this and Silverstone are the two that were primarily air bases back in that era. And then I know we talked about the concrete poured on the front straight was the same concrete that was poured back in the 1940s. There's also a patch in Tower Corner, which you'll see going here. That's also the original concrete poured in 1941.
Speaking of the track, we did have beginning of the race, we did have some pretty high track temperatures. We were sitting at 49 degrees Celsius. Glad to see that's kind of come down, back down to 35 degrees Celsius. So we're seeing a little bit faster lap times, but we're also getting later in the day. So that'll help these guys do maybe some double stinting on tires.
Yeah, just based on, I did the race last week, the iRacing 12 hours of Sebring, and once the track cooled down to around somewhere between 25 and 28 Celsius, then you are able to comfortably double stint the tires. And I guess the thing about concrete is it heats very quickly and it gets really hot, but then as the track cools, it cools very quickly also. So I'm sure that cars will change their driving, the way they drive based on the track temperatures. Should make the cars tighten up. They won't be nearly as loose, so the drivers will have to make those adjustments as they're making their laps.
Yeah, I'm sure that because I live probably about 2 hours from Sebring myself, and it's actually pretty cold out today. I was looking at the temperature for actual Sebring right now. It's 69 degrees Fahrenheit, which is I think about 20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, and for South Central Florida, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I had to wear a sweatshirt going out today, so trying to stay inside my house. It's nicer in here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Banzu RX Flow is making their pit stop. See MJR making their way around. I think that's Century. Nope. I was going to say that's Century Sim, but I don't think so. I think that's Ronin, actually, that they were passing on track. As our racing cameras bounce around between the cars. I tell you, the Fuga car is just on a rail right now. Just so smooth around this track. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we even started the race, we found out that the three drivers that drive that car actually hold the record for that track right now, or for the track right now in LMP1. So it's not a bit shocking at all. Marius just ran last lap, not this, or 2 laps ago. He ran his fastest lap out of 1:37.6. So they're cruising. He's cruising with that car right now. So, and that was 3 laps out of pits.
Yeah, right. So full fuel. With fresh tires. So yeah, that was the funny thing. We were talking about that this morning before the race started. How the 3 drivers for Fuga Sim Sport have the 3 fastest race times in iRacing for this track. So obviously they know what they're doing. So it's to be not out of the realm of possible, or no surprise. That's the word I'm looking for. No surprise that they're leading the race by a couple of laps over MJR.
Yeah, and there's no rush for them to even get that, because they're so far ahead, but yeah, he's still laying down fast lap times.
Right. Yeah. So yep, last lap was a 1:38.8 for them, to a 1:41.99 for MJR. So very comfortable gap. Just like you said, just setting very comfortable lap times, not really having to push the car very hard, and just working traffic. I think we said that we still had 3 teams with no incident points for the race. I think that was right. I know Porsche Sport was one of those. And I know Ronin Sim Sport GTE only had 1 incident point. So this track, that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. It's the track where you can catch a curb the wrong way and pick up a patch of grass and get an X very quickly.
Oh yeah, especially forget which corner. I'm gonna have to bring up my map here in a second. But there are some parts of the track where you're just barely off, and boom, you get it. Especially if you're trying to cut those, or not really cut the corners, but
yeah, make them tight.
Yeah, tighten that car up. But you know, I mean, it's easy with the amount of traffic that we have today. I mean, it's very normal traffic with 16, 17 cars on the track right now. So super light traffic today.
Right. Yeah, that definitely helps. You can for the most part run your normal racing line, and that will definitely help keep the incident count low. But it's still, this is a very tough track if you're trying to make the fastest lap possible. It's a very tough track to keep the incident points down. Just like you said, because there's a couple corners that invite you to go wide. I'll say it like that. Le Mans being one of those. The corner leading onto the Ullman Straight and the back straight. And my favorite is always the hairpin. Trying to get the hairpin just exactly right. So you can get an X on either side of that one, either too shallow or too wide, which you have seen already with SCCR getting wide out of there and going for a ride through the grass.
And it looks like Porsche Sports going back onto the track after doing they got a pit.
Yep, that's a pit stop. They're running 6th in class. But it appears as if they're making up time on Century Sim Racing, so we'll just kind of monitor that gap. Like I said, we said earlier, Porsche Sport needs to finish as high as possible to give the to not be dependent on having the lowest incident points for this race in order to win the championship for the GTEs.
I'm kind of glad to see Bro Sim Racing up there in second place. They ended up having a penalty and ended up starting from the back. And during that first early incident, they were able to stay clear of that and be able to actually capitalize on that. And they're running second for their class. So, but we still have three cars for the LMP2s running on the same lap. So yeah, that's really anybody's race at this point too.
It really is. Of course, there's a prize for winning the race, as well as for winning the championship. As we see some LMP2 traffic, and I see spin in Sunset, and it looked like Century Sim Racing. We'll see if we can get a replay. As we see traffic working its way through. Ooh,
yeah.
Luckily, there's a lot of runoff out there, so there's no damage to the wall. But he did get hit. It was a pretty good smack in the back of the car, though. So we'll see if there's any damage or if there's any steward call for that.
Yeah, you got smacked pretty good by, what is that, Shawshank? Yeah, Shawshank smacked him pretty good. It's going to use up some of them tires, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, and it looks like Shawshank's got a little bit of damage to the left front there. So that's gonna.
That will affect the downforce and the top speed for that car for sure. But with the incident, That did put Porsche Sport up another spot, so they are now in P5, and they're about 14 seconds behind Team Slow Pace.
Yeah, it makes it pretty difficult right now. Only having 16 cars on the track, trying to figure out what's going on. There's going to be some long silences for us. 'Cause I'm sure, as you commented earlier, Colin's probably already given you the history of the track probably 6 times over now.
That's right.
Which is all right. So we'll try not to continue telling you the same information. But maybe we'll go figure some other stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll watch the racing. You know, I'm a firm believer in letting the racing talk for itself, and we'll comment as we see things, as we did with that incident a couple minutes ago. But you know, when you get in the middle of these races, it's there's not a lot happening. You just kind of mention positions where, if we look now, we're at Ronin Sim Sport with a 1 second lead over Juncos.
Oh, and speaking of the Shawshank incident, Shawshank's coming in the pits right now to get that damage taken care of. I assume that's what he's coming in the pits for. Hopefully he can get that repaired and get back on the track pretty quickly.
So yeah, we'll keep an eye on the pit times. I do see where Ronin Sim Sport LMP has just made a pit stop, and they were out fairly quickly. Just got a little message from race control there. Was following up for a driver interview, so we're trying to get that squared away. As I see, Josh has stepped out to see if we can work on getting the driver interview set up. We'll just continue to watch the action on the track. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. I clicked on the wrong button.
That's okay.
I clicked to watch Colin stream, and it tripped me up. I was like, "What am I doing?"
Yeah, it's funny like that.
Long day already. Even longer for the drivers. Another 8 hours and 40 minutes left.
Right. Yeah. So we complain about having to talk for 3 hours at a time, and they're in the car And just like I said, based on the experience from last week, you do 6 hours in this car. It's a workout for sure.
Yeah, last week I ended up having to leave my race early because I smacked the wall about 4 hours in. I'd been driving the whole 4 hours and smacked the wall. My engine just I wasn't even getting to I wasn't even topping it out. So, you know, it is what it is. It was fun.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, anytime you get in this, it's a good experience and you learn a little something, and you know, so we actually my teammate and I had a pretty good race, top 10. All right. So we got John Salmon, and I'm going to butcher his name, I'm sure, because that's going to be one of two pronunciations and it'll be a long one. We're going to drag him in here with SCCR Sim Sports. So let me grab him real quick. All right, Josh, I'm back. So we're here with John Salmon. I told you I would get his name wrong. From Alabama, who is the creator and founder of Unified Potential, one of our sponsors, also driver for SCCR Sim Sport.
Not particularly fast.
Well, some of us are broadcasters, so
it's true.
But it's good to have you. I wanted to get you in here because I know you guys, we haven't had a chance to talk with you, but I wanted to get you and Craig Jones, your teammate, who's with Swindon Care Centers, in and just thank you very much for your support of our series, and B, just get a little feel for your experience with this, and how much hopefully y'all had a good time. Like I said, sometimes you're always learning something when you're on the track. So
and that's why I wanted to come here. That's how I wanted to partner with you guys and be a sponsor and be involved. Really, for me, is more about learning about this than it is about the racing. And this has been a great experience for us, for sure. My company's a little bit different, and I do understand the racing, sort of the mentality and what's happening here, but we're trying to develop some other things that's going to be synergistic with it, but not always obvious why we would care and what we're up to. So no, it's been great.
Good. Well, we've also learned a lot during the course of the season, as I'm sure you're aware by looking at the Discord chats. So this was the first time we decided we were going to try this. We I think I know we've had a good time. We race together all the time. We're always talking with each other, the guys that are involved with V.E.C. And we decided that we wanted to do this. We kind of made Tom we kind of made him the punching bag for the drivers and managers, because we wanted to make sure that we didn't have 7 or 8 people having different conversations with different drivers or managers. So we said, okay, let's just filter everything through Tom. I think Tom's done a fantastic job. Like I said, this is our first crack at this, and we've had fun.
Well, and I actually heard you describe that this morning at the drivers meeting, and I thought it was a really good idea and a really good way to handle that. And I think one of the things about you being kind of new to the series actually makes it even more attractive to someone like me, because it's really hard to get. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's really hard to get people to do things differently than they're used to doing them.
That is true. That
So
is
if you
very
go into
true.
a pre-existing series, especially a successful series, they're going to do what they do, and this is an opportunity for us both to kind of grow. And I think that was really important to me. You got to see these mistakes, otherwise you're never going to fix them. Everything from how you manage racing incidents to even technical issues. I think they're really important. So.
Right. Yeah. And we had a lot of growing pains at the beginning of this, but I think we've got a technical solution now that we really like. There are still some things that can be worked out, but I think that at least hardware and software wise, we're in a good spot for our next attempt at this, which I know we'll be announcing soon. I will say this: I think this is probably the only, because of the confusion with some other softwares and other leagues on different software platforms. I think this is probably the one and only season for V.E.C. In iRacing, just to prevent the confusion. So I think we're working on getting a new name, kind of a new look, but we still want to be involved in this. And like I said, we've really been very proud to have you guys sponsor us for the season. And like I said, we've enjoyed it. I know you guys. It looks like that. You're here. Whether you're on the lead lap or you're down on power, you're out driving the car, and that's the one thing that I appreciate more than anything is a team that just doesn't stop. It said we're gonna drive it till the wheels fall off, essentially.
And all the guys I'm racing with, one of the greatest things about this stuff is like you said, kind of meeting and meeting up with people you would never otherwise meet with, and then getting to do something this cool with them. I mean, most of the guys on all the SCCR guys are in England, in the UK, someplace. There's a couple of us here in the States, but how would I have ever met these guys from all over? And so yeah, it's super fun to be, even if we're dead last, slogging it out. It's still really cool that we're a team and we have a ball doing it. And even that showed me sort of the difference between sort of a focused series like this where you do get top drivers, and like you, I drove same guys in the iRacing Sebring event, which when you get an event like that and there's 35 splits, it's got both its ups and downs. There's some things about that are better and some things aren't. And I'm the kind of person that likes to sort of I like to be in sort of the main event, I guess. So I'd rather be at the back of the main event than at the front of split 25 out of 50.
Right.
And but I'm not the usual racer either, I will admit that.
No,
most of these guys are like pulling their hair out,
Right. Oh no, I'd rather be up front battling for a top 5 or a podium or a win than seven laps down to an 8K driver.
I do not speak for Craig. I'll just say that right now. He wants to be winning every point he's watching, and he works really hard, and he's really what drives the teams and keeps us all organized, and that's just a really huge thing. That's something I don't have the time to be able to do. We all have to put our time and energy into sort of our most important projects. So unfortunately, it must be a driver.
When you've got a couple of I guess businesses or nonprofits or whatever, and you're trying to manage those, sometimes iRacing just has to take a back seat, which I completely get. So.
Yeah, and that's been true right now, but also, again, the things we're focusing on, the things that are really important to me are more like event production. So just to kind of tell you a little bit about why we're interested. So Unified Potential is this company that I created, which is really about implementing community health solutions. And the one that we're doing that's really important here is this program called Racing Upward. So this is a STEM program using iRacing to help teach kids. And we're now partnered with the International STEM League, which, although it's international, it really is a U.S. Organization. But everything we're doing applies to any other country, so we can do the same things in the UK and the EU and around the globe. But the idea is to teach kids stuff using iRacing as a platform. And so while the racing is an important component of that, it's not the sort of the end game. But we do want to be able to have races and events and things that kids can be involved in. And that means we need to know how to host and manage groups of people doing things like this race. So that's why, like, when I'm watching kind of how you do the production, even how you manage the drivers, if you think it's hard to manage a bunch of racers, wait till it's a bunch of parents.
Of
kids.
I got you.
Right? I mean, it's like you see the occasional fight at a sporting event, but nothing like, Little League or, the local. The local events are the ones where you clear the stands.
Right. Yeah. No.
So,
having 3 kids of my own that all played some kind of sports. Yes, I completely understand where you're coming from. My son was a little league player. Both my daughters played either basketball or volleyball. So yes, I've seen all the junior high and high school moms and dads who don't want to coach but want to coach.
And if there's anything that brings out the competitiveness in us, that's it.
Yeah.
But what's going to be really cool that a lot of people don't understand too is that we're going to open up. This is going to be a big thing, and we're going to open up a lot of ability for the current drivers, anybody, to be able to participate in this program in many, many ways, whether it's creating educational content, which might be engineering content. It might even be art or production related, anything to do with this type of event and racing in general. So coaching, mentor, being part of different events. I think that's an area that we just haven't realized what we can do. So in the coming years, it's everything takes a long time to build. In the coming year or two, I think you're going to start to see a lot of this grow. If you go onto iRacing forums now, you'll see that they created a STEM education forum for us, and we got them to. We really did kind of push them to do that. So that's just started, and right now what we're doing is just getting different teams and groups of kids able to get on Discord like this, to get on iRacing, all the things we take for granted, and to get into a similar room and drive around a track together. And just that is a big step forward. But you can just imagine once we get 1,000 teams doing that, there's going to be a lot of potential there. So that's where we're headed.
That sounds absolutely amazing. And I will say, I'll say it on the air. Being a man of science, being a software developer, which I've been doing for about 25 years, please just, if there's any way that I can help, absolutely hit me up and let me know. I'll be more than happy to lend any expertise I have to you guys if you need it. So
that's awesome. Well, it's not going to be us. I mean, me and my group, but that already includes you. I mean, this is something that we can all do together, just to bring everything really cool about what we're doing right now to a whole bunch of people who don't have any idea about it, and it'll be really powerful for them. So it's going to be a fun ride.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
I try to think of that instead of my crappy driving as I.
Yes, I completely understand that also. So we did a little research on you, and you actually have some real world racing experience. Is that correct?
I do, just enough to know I'm glad I didn't make that my way of life. Yeah, I mean, I did. So I started out in vintage racing, and a buddy of mine convinced me to buy an IMSA prototype lights car. And my goal at the time was just to go to Petit Le Mans and do the support race there. So at the time, the Elan DPO2 was the support car for the series, the development series for IMSA. And so it's funny too, because I thought, surely they expect something from you, like that you should be some sort of quality of driver. And apparently that qualification was that the check cleared. So we found ourselves on the grid at Petit Le Mans, and we got to race with some incredible folks. I mean, some there's pro racers out there now that I got to line up very far behind on the grid, and it was really awesome. And the cars are just incredible cars. I actually still have my car. Probably never gonna get rid of it, but they don't use those anymore for IMSA because they're open top cars, and so they wanted everything closed now. But yeah, what an experience. Just happened to get in at the right time. So we ended up, I wanted to just do that one race, but then it was so much fun. I shouldn't say this on the air, but I know my wife's not listening. I literally mortgaged my house to do a season of the full season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm still kind of digging out of that. We just don't talk about it.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, wow. But that's amazing. I'm sure the experience is worth a lifetime of mortgage, just to get out there and race on those tracks with professional race car drivers has just got to be. I mean, obviously it's something I would do.
It's incredible, and and it just fills you with awe for sports car racing. What a great. It's just amazing. You kind of get a perspective that it's really hard to get. It's just a fan. I mean, I was a big fan before, but after that, it's a very different experience for sure. Which is one of the things I think as we introduce kids to all of this, we're going to grow the interest in all of this just exponentially. Because when you can participate, is no comparison. Watching somebody else do something is one thing, but when you can participate, then when you turn around and watch somebody else do it. If you want to know what it's like to be a gymnast, grab 2 rings in a gym and try to do an iron cross.
Right.
And then the next time you watch the Olympics, you're just like the guy in last place. You still realize is completely incredible. So, yeah, it was a great experience.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. John, thank you for your time once again. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. I know it's something that this is one of those experiences we'll say, hey, we love this. We will be doing more of it. We hope we can do some partnerships with you again.
Absolutely.
But thanks again for your time. We'll let you get back in because I know
you're
about
thanks for all you guys do. I'm looking forward to flying around here for a few hours.
There you go. All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Thanks. That was John Salmon of SCCR and Unified Potential, and we thank him for coming in for a little chat with us. That was very informative, and I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was definitely great. I'm excited to see what goes on with the STEM and seeing that whole program come up and come to fruition. It'll be exciting.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where that goes, and obviously, once again, we'd love to do more things with those guys because they've been great to us, not just financially, but just from talking with them and working with them. Had some great ideas. They helped us with the advertising, so it's just been a fantastic partnership all the way around. I did see earlier while we were having the conversation that I did see UCOS with a little half spin. During the course of this, as we were having a conversation, I didn't want to interrupt John. But it looks as if still Ronan in the lead in LMP2 and GTE. Fugas obviously still the overall race leader. Porsche Sport is in P5. Juncos, as in, like I said, in second. So they lost some time, but they didn't lose position. Core Motorsports in third, Slow Pace in fourth. Once again, Porsche Sport 5, Century Sim Racing in 6th, who've now got a lap down. Then, of course, SCCR trailing the rear, but still making laps. You never know. Still got quite a ways left in this race. We're only 3.5 hours in. So even with a shorter, even with a smaller field, there's still potential for disaster for somebody. So we'll keep an eye. And there's we see looks like Juncos again having a little issue in Sunset. Let's see if we can get a replay of that. And I do want to go back and look at Ronan LMP also. So let's see if we can play here.
I think I see what happened. Let's see.
Ooh, just like he locked the brakes up and the car turned the wrong direction. And we see a race control message up there with cars under investigation. Looks to be Century Sim Racing and Juncos.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you see
and
Juncos go into the pits here soon.
That spin probably did quite a bit of damage to the tires. It may be time for a new set. Let's see if we can go back and look at the Ronin SimSport LMP.
Yeah, because about 2 laps ago, they roasted their tires. I'll get the corner for you here in a second.
Sure.
Around turn 3, they spun out. So those tires, I think, are pretty much done.
Just a little off there in the hairpin in the chicane.
Well, it looks like Juncos is going to keep that car out on the track for a little bit longer. Been a little wide. Track dropped down about another 5 degrees.
Oh, wow.
4 degrees.
That's pretty significant. So it should be get to the point now that the double stint should be coming on the tires. You'll see teams start trying to make those tires stretch as long as they can. See a little battle here between so that's Core Motorsports, and that is Ronan, I believe, making a pass. So taking a look down through the lap times and the gaps, looks like the closest battle on track currently is between Ronin SimSport Academy LMP and Leo Racing Team. Or am I reading it wrong? Maybe you're reading it wrong.
No, I think you're looking for Leo and Bro.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yeah. Even though Bro just came out of that corner. A little rough.
Yeah, the gap's about 5 seconds.
I know that Bro was running second there, so there's a good chance that they'll catch Leo at some point. Let's see what kind of lap times they're doing. They're doing 148, 148.5 is about the average, and a high 147.
Yeah. So yeah, the for Leo Racing, the last lap was a 147.4. And for Bro Sim Racing, it was a 148.3. For Shawshank, it was a 147.2.
Wow.
So, everybody's still pretty competitive as far as lap times. I think the lap times are still about within a second of each other. So it's still a pretty tight battle in there. It doesn't look like anybody's making any major strides one way or the other, except for the 2 lead cars, or sorry, the 3 lead cars of Ronan, Leo, and Bro. And then there's a big gap back to Shawshank and V4 over a lap.
It looks like Banzoo's coming in for a pit now.
MJR with a little wide there. You'll have to remake that pass, which they did pretty easily.
Oh, and it looks like Bro Sim Racing came off the track.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing on the timing and scoring screen also. But just an off track, no incident otherwise. Cunningham. That's the right-hander after the hairpin and chicane, right?
Yeah. I don't know if is it Fangio?
Yeah, Fangio. Yeah,
Fangio.
Yep. This is Cunningham you see on the screen right now. Which leads you down and into Tower. This is Manzu RX, I believe. Pablo Prado. Very fast Fuga right behind him. Get those overlaps. It always seems like there's trouble in that corner, especially when you have 3 classes that are trying to overlap and pass each other. I know in our race last week we had a couple incidents there where LMP2s were trying to make passes in there and slow themselves down to a point to where we were having to check up in a GTE just to not run into them. Let's see, we got Christian Rumpelneck off track. Take a look at that. Ooh, a little spin for Freaky Fasts. A little half spin, gathers it back up. Allows a couple cars to work themselves around. Very nice rejoin. Just taking his time, not trying to get in anybody's way. As I can see, the marble starting to build up a little bit on the exit of that corner. As John and I were talking, I think that I'm a big fan of finishing what you started. So it's good to see the cars that are here, that are not battling for a championship. I mean, realistically, Fuga has pretty much got this wrapped up. So, it was a remote chance that that MJR could win, but it's good to see them out there competing, just like some of the cars that are further down in the LMP2 and the GTE classes. Just, getting out and running your race, run what you signed up for. So it's, I'm happy to see it personally. I know it's a smaller field, but I'm happy to see the cars that are here that committed to the series. So
yeah. Yeah, that shows you how committed they are. Because usually in regular racing, you have sponsorship requirements.
Right.
You're gonna race that race regardless of the championship points, because they tell you you're going to, because that's what they're paying.
That's what they're paying for. That's right.
So, but it is nice to see the dedication of these drivers, and being able to push the car through and getting your team together and doing this through the weekend, even though even if you have a no chance of winning at all, but making it fun regardless. So
yeah, and I will say that we scheduled this to be a 24-hour event, but after discussions with the teams and a vote of the management or the managers, they decided to cut it to a 12 because it is, for most people, it's Easter weekend, and for most of us, we had just ran this last weekend, so this another a 24-hour event after a 12-hour event did not seem prudent, and I think most of the management or managers of the teams agreed with that. So we this is what we've done the entire season. We've talked with our teams. We want them to be satisfied with the racing, and so not everybody gets their way every time, but we try to make it as fair as we can for everybody. And like I said, the vast majority of the teams voted to go ahead and just shorten this up, and I think it's made for better racing, personally.
And that's what's great, is being able to have that driver input and being able to listen to what the teams want. So that way we can make it more interesting for all of them. Otherwise, you probably see a little bit smaller field if we had a 24-hour event. But I mean, Fuga would have to drive 24 hours.
Right.
I mean, Leo, Bro, and Ronan and Venom Works all would have had to drive that race too, based off points. And then, you know, Ronan, Simsport, GTE, and Yunkos being as close as they are, along with Porsche Sport, you know, they'd have to run it too. So I'm not saying that you would only have like 9 teams, but I'm pretty sure
Right.
you would have a very limited turnout.
Correct. I agree with that. Yeah, so I did see a message from Race Control that, and I couldn't pick up the names, but no further investigation in one of the incidents between Century Sim Racing and, like I said, I couldn't see the number, so I don't necessarily know which one it was. Maybe Race Control will pop in and tell us which one of those they've cleared.
Is Fuga between Yunkos and Ronan Simsport GTE right now? Or is Ronan on their own lap?
Ronan GTE or LMP?
Yeah, GTE.
Well, I guess technically Fuga's in front of everybody, but I'm assuming you're talking about on the track.
Yeah, so you know how because right now we have Porsche Sport, Team Slow Pace, Core Motorsports, and Yunkos Racing Esports are all on the same lap right now.
Right.
And that might be due also to pits. I'm gonna check. Oh, and speaking of lap times, Ronan Simsport GTE Gabriel Erdely just ran their fastest lap time for 1:55.820 GTE. So he's
that's very quick.
Yes, he's cruising with that beast.
So that the no further action was between Century Sim Racing and Yunkos, that they said no further action warranted. So waiting to see what the results are of the incident between Century Sim Racing and 87, which I think is Shawshank.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the faster lap times coming up. We're nearing a 30-degree track right now.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's getting pretty cold. Air temperature hasn't really dropped though. Air temperature's still running at 23. We started the race at 24 degrees Celsius, so air temperatures are only dropped a degree. But being 5:30 p.m. right now, I suspect that's going to start falling off maybe a little bit. So.
Okay. So we're saying that. So the other action is that Shawshank is going to receive a drive-through penalty. This is an observed drive-through, which means that it will be monitored by the stewards to make sure that it's performed. And that was also against Century Sim Racing for a punt going into sunset. I think it's one we reviewed earlier, and stewards apparently found that that was the penalty was warranted.
And it looks like Porsche Sport's about to overtake Team Slow Pace.
Yep, I just popped that up on the screen so we can watch that. So yep, looks like they've tracked down Team Slow Pace. So I think they were 14 seconds back after their pit stop. So let's see if they can make the a pass here. Looks like he's taking his time.
He's definitely got him on the entries here. He's closing that gap really well on him. Let's see what.
Well, the Porsches, based on my experience, are really, really strong down the straights. So unless he gets him before that, he'll be setting him up for a pass down the back straight down Ullman, which is where they're entering now as they're coming through. Looks like he got a good run.
Yeah, so Emil's running about 2 seconds faster than Ryan here, so I'm sure after this corner he'll pass him. Let me make sure I'm live.
So I think they got a little LMP traffic got involved in that at the obviously the wrong time for Porsche Sport.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to get the draft, but I think I thought for sure he might have let him by, but we'll see.
Yeah, they're battling for that spot, so they said no. They're going to have to take it. We're not going to give it up. So the Porsches, and I've driven both these cars, the Porsches are, like I said, much better down the straight, but I don't think as good on the brakes. I just may be me, it may be personal, but this seems like the brakes are not as strong as on the Corvette. Now, the downside of the Corvette being the new C8 is you can get the, if you're braking with any kind of turn in the front wheels, the weight in the rear is not always the easiest to manage. And I think that's something that will, of course, Corvette, I say we'll work it out, but with the decline of the GT/LM class in pro race, in real life racing, this is, I think, the last season for Corvette racing as a GT/LM car. Really? for all of them, yeah. So, that's based on the information I heard watching the 12 hours of the real 12 hours of Sebring a couple of weeks ago. Corvette has no plans to restructure their GT/LM class car down to a GT, what IMSA is a GTD or GT3. But there is talks that the new LMDH program that GM, General Motors, is involved with may be potentially, this is rumor, obviously, but may be rebranding from the Cadillac to the Corvette. So it may be the new Corvette DPI, but obviously not the DPI LMDH. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's interesting times, with the changes where a lot of teams are going to have dropped their GT/LM programs and gone to the LMP3 car because it's, I guess, probably more cost effective, and the manufacturers just don't want to try and support as much racing. I think I don't know if you've seen it or not, but a lot of the Volkswagen group, which includes VW and Audi and Lamborghini and Porsche, have really scaled back as far as their engine production for combustible engines. So they're going to the more eco-friendly, hybrids and electric vehicles. So
yeah. Well, a lot of American automakers are actually moving to going to be primary electric anyways. Hummer is now only electric. Blow my mind right to pieces. But one thing that I've never really understood was Cadillac's entry into racing. Like, I could never understand why a luxury, like, I know Lexuses and Audis, Porsches are quote unquote luxury vehicles, but I mean, they had they're also a sports car company. It's one thing I never understood about Cadillac and how they're actually in racing, but they really don't. I mean, they had the CTS, right? And I
Right.
can't remember which version of the CTS. You know, that was like a sports car, but you know, Cadillac was never about really going fast. They were more about comfortability, and I just always question their motives in racing.
I wonder about that also. I'm wondering if it's because I think the Cadillac group inside of General Motors developed that North Star V8 that they use in a lot of their cars. So I'm wondering if because they did that, they allowed the Cadillac brand to be on the racing edition cars. So, you know, and it's General Motors, so it could be they could have picked any of them, to be honest, right? I mean, they had several brands to choose from, and yes, I've driven the full diesel Hummer, which is one very very awesome vehicle to drive, the mil spec.
Yeah.
And so the military version of the Hummer is just amazing vehicle. And so the electric version, I will be interested to see how that turns out. I think they did it maybe on a dare. I don't know, but it's going to compete with the obviously with the Tesla Cybertruck.
Yeah, that thing.
So we'll see how it all turns out. So it'll be interesting. It's an interesting trend, interesting period of time for automotive engineering.
And speaking of Hummers, I don't want to interrupt you because I can't lose this information. Here in about 3 hours and 20 minutes, you can reserve a Hummer EV.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, today. See it, reserve it, 4/3/21, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, GMC.com.
Cool.
That is not a GMC placement, by the way. That is just I just happened to stumble across the website right now.
Wow.
And
we're
it's
not
not
going
even
to add money from GMC, so
But I did not know that until right now. You can go reserve a electric Hummer today.
So just since we're talking about this, we'll finish this thought up. What is the price of a new electric Hummer? Does it say?
It doesn't say. It's got what's called Super Cruise though. I like that. Hands-free driving with automatic lane changing.
Nice.
Crab walk. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just
down the rabbit hole he goes.
Oh yeah. So the crab. I'm sorry, but this is pretty cool. It's called the Crab Walk, and this is a real name for Hummers. Revolutionary available setting utilizing Hummer's EV's four-wheel steering. Its rear wheels can turn up to 10 degrees in either direction to drive diagonally at low speeds.
Okay, interesting.
So you can turn all four tires one direction.
Yeah. I don't think it's revolutionary because I think there have been other vehicles that have had some similar technology to that. Where they would turn opposite direction. I think Porsche actually had it at one point in time where the rear wheels would turn the opposite direction at low speeds and the same direction at high speeds in order to corner better. So I could be wrong. I think it was Porsche, but I could be wrong.
Well, GMC in their Silverados, they were the first ones because monster trucks have been doing it forever. They've had four-wheel steering in monster trucks for the longest time. But maybe more than 10 degrees. Maybe now up to 10 degrees. Maybe that's the revolutionary part.
Maybe so. Yeah, because I don't think if I remember correctly, I don't think the other one was. I think it was like three or four. Because you don't, obviously in a sports car, you don't need necessarily that much extra help, especially a small sports car, right? We're talking about a vehicle with a very, very large turning radius, and that's absolutely going to help you out, especially when you're off-road. If you decided you want to take your electric Hummer on a rock climb, that will come in handy for things like that.
Okay, so I found the price for the Hummer.
Okay.
The first one, so it's going to be edition 1. It's going to be $112,000.
That's a little out of my price range. I'm just going to say.
Then I mean, you can wait until 2022, fall 2022.
Mhm.
That's going to be quote unquote the initial launch at $99,995.
So just, I mean, it's less than 100,000, right? So
Yeah, $5 less than 100,000. Whatever. All right.
Yeah. Tax, title, license, and insurance, and it's going to make it, 110. But you have an electric Hummer that you can, drive, over your house with if you wanted to, because those things go everywhere. I guess this is, back in my younger days when I was actually, in the military. I was actually, because I'm old, so we'll just go ahead and throw that out there. I was actually in the military when they actually were bringing the Hummers online. So my initial driving training came with the old Jeep, which was just fun. I mean, just a fun little vehicle to drive. Could do just about anything you wanted. And then when they brought the Hummers in, those were, the only vehicle. We went to a field exercise in Fort Campbell, Kentucky in spring, and a monsoon hit, and it was just mud everywhere. And the Hummers were the only vehicles that we never could get stuck. I mean, everything else we were having to tow out of, just a bog is really what it ended up being. Just horrible. I mean, we were getting, cargo trucks stuck. We actually got our wrecker stuck. We had to call another wrecker to come pull them out. It was just, it was amazing, but, it is what it is, and it's not. We don't race Hummers, so I guess we'll need to talk about the actual race.
I mean, Porsche Sport just came out of the pits.
Yep.
And did a driver change. Josh Cam is now back in that car.
Yep. And
replacing Ryan Parkins.
And I did see SCCR did do their pit stop also, and John Salmon is now in the car getting his stint in. Once again, thanks to John and Craig and all those guys for the support. We'll just kind of monitor them. I know he'll want to get down there and show off a little bit, so we'll see what he. And we got that's car number 11, which is
Bro Sim Racing.
Bro Sim Racing. A little spin, like a little hard into that corner. And they are running, P3? That's correct, P3. So they lost a little bit of time to Leo.
Ooh, I think he had to lock up. I think he was going a little fast.
Yep.
He didn't want to cream the GTE.
Get a replay and we'll get a better view of it.
Yeah, the Century Sim Racing, I think, if you take a look at it, I think he was going a little hard into the corner.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he came up on there thinking that he was going to be able to make the pass and ran out of straightaway into. Is that the hairpin? No, it's not the hairpin.
Yeah, that's the hairpin.
Okay, the hairpin. So I'm not used to seeing it from that angle. So came down into the hairpin and just was just too far back to try and make the pass. So locked it up, spun the car a little bit. But no contact, so he can continue on racing and see if he can make the time up that he lost.
Yeah, I mean, him, Ronan, and Leo are still in the top 3. So I mean, he still has a chance to win it.
That's
right. At least he didn't hit the other car and cause damage, give himself a penalty, and so we got a couple of crash events popped up. Ooh.
So let's see what we got, and it's our friend John Salmon in the SCCR car. We get here. Ooh, that looked like net code. based on what I saw.
Oh yeah, that is
And-
hard
and,
net code. That's rough.
I don't normally see those. We were talking earlier, and you rarely see net codes that aren't accidents in waiting. That one, and then locked up the tires and just kept sliding because you don't have any control once the tires lock up, and then came back into freaky fast.
I think so. He net coded him right when I think he was about to hit the brakes.
Right.
And I mean, oh, that's rough. And there's no penalties is gonna have, like, at least in my opinion. I don't think race controls are gonna penalize anybody, because I mean, Freaky Fast was just trying to get the draft a little bit, got past them, and then the net code, because usually the net code's also because it does the prediction, I believe. So,
right.
And
yeah.
with the and
for those who aren't familiar with what we're talking about, if you're in this thing, you probably know a little bit about iRacing. But essentially, netcode is a lag between the server software that's running, that's hosting the session, and the client software for all the drivers. So it does its best work to try and show relative positions on track, but because of network latency, it sometimes looks like it's a ghost of, or no image, or sorry, no contact. But in reality, the server says there is contact, and so it goes through its crash routine for incidents, and that's what you end up with. So it looks like the cars are 2 feet apart, when in reality they're not, because you can only do so much, and it's just a part of iRacing. It's a part of all online racing. So anytime you're not running a LAN party, is what they would call the old times, when you had 7 guys in a room all running the same, on the same network. Anytime you have multiple networks involved, you're going to end up with issues like that, where the server can't resolve the on-track action with what you're seeing on your screen. So you end up with what we call netcode. So it is what it is. Generally, what that means is those cars were going to crash, even though it doesn't look like it on the screen. And that one definitely looked like it was one of those that's just,
it's netcode.
It's netcode. It's the standard excuse for a non-accident accident. So you have to deal with it just like you deal with all the ones where there are parts flying off the cars and cars are tumbling down the straightaways because they've bashed into each other. And it's the same way if you look at, if you're really paying attention at some of these, you'll see cars that don't look like the tires are on the ground, or they're in the ground by a couple inches, and that's the same thing. So it's just a graphical anomaly.
Which is funny. We're talking about the netcode and SCCR's damage. John just laid down their fastest lap last lap.
Well, there you go. So apparently nothing, no harm to the car, and so that's good on John, and looks like that Christian is in the pits now. He did.
Okay. All within the last 6 laps. Okay, with the exception of. Okay, all within the last 6 laps, with the exception of Ronan and Core, your number 1 and 2 spots in the GTEs. Everybody's ran their fastest laps of the day in the GTEs.
I just tell you, the track's getting cooler.
Oh yeah, it's 29 degrees. So,
so you'll start seeing those lap times come down, which is good, right? We like seeing fast laps, and it does help that you can run a little faster lap, and it also helps the car, the stability of the car also, right? So you have a little more control when you've got more grip, so you can hopefully the instance will whether they're sent to race control or not, hopefully the incident rate drops because you're able to keep the car. Like I said, you'll start seeing cars double standing tires at this point. Now that we're down under 30 degrees, you'll start seeing teams try to take those chances of getting that 40 seconds of track time by not doing a tire change. So it can make things very interesting.
Yeah, because of that incident, Christian brought that car into the pits. They've been sitting there for a little bit, so I think they're taking some repair time. Sad to see that happen.
Yeah. I agree. It's tough to see. It's tough to see cars that are having to get repairs because really, I mean. Not being in race control, not watching it over and over again, we don't have I don't want to subject the people who are watching this race to 17 replays. So we'll let them sort it out in race control in the stewards room, and we'll see what pops up, if anything.
At least with any accidents or crashes in this, at least there's no actual pocketbook
yes
effects on that one. It's just some pride that will be gone.
Yeah.
No bank accounts are going to get ruined because somebody wrecked a car.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine John's wife if she found out?
Oh man. Man, I couldn't have, I don't know what would happen if even if I knew somebody that mortgaged their house to buy a race car, I would be like,
not only did I mortgage the house to buy a race car, I crashed the race car. So now I have this. It's still a race car. It's just not in pristine condition race car anymore. That would be. That's the conversation. That's the conversation probably involving lawyers, I would think. Which would be
divorce lawyers or
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Oh man. I mean, you better have some. Was it not Bondo? What's that big tape that NASCAR
flake tape or the 200-mile-an-hour tape?
Yeah.
The bearer bond, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, bearer bond. Bearer bond.
So I did see that Fuga did come in, did their pit, and Pat Pelchat's back in the car. So we'll kind of keep an eye on his first couple of laps and see if he comes out charging hard, or if he's going to just take his time and work through traffic. Because I don't know if these guys have an off switch for Fuga, so I think that all they know how to do is drive fast.
They're pretty good at crashing every now and then.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, they only I think they only didn't win one race. I think
that's right. And it was due to an incident. So yeah, they've won 3 out of the 4 and are leading in the 5th.
I mean, we kind of expected them to lead coming into this race, as we said before. The 3 drivers for Fuga all have the track record. So I mean, it's kind of expected. I mean, if they don't win, then it's kind of a problem.
It's an upset. We'll call it an upset. I won't call it a problem. Yeah. So.
Ronin Simsport GTE they're hauling cheek with that car. Yunko's just put down their fastest lap time of 1:56.47. and then Jonas Wise in Team Slow Pace is, he's just actually getting faster with the car right now. Yeah, in the last 4 laps, he's gotten faster each lap.
Well,
except
there we
one.
go.
So he's almost at a 56.5.
Getting quicker. That is true. That's and that is faster than both Unicos and Porsche Sport in front of him. Oh, and as well as Core Motorsports. So he has set him some good lap times.
Well, which is good for him. I mean, he's on the same lap as Porsche Sport, Unicos, and Core, so he has a chance to get that car into second place there. Ooh, Freaky Fast is still in the pits getting that fixed done. So.
Yeah, once they come out, we should be able to get a good idea of how much repair time they had. Let's see, Banzu RX Flow is in the pits, and looks like they had the driver change. Augustin Blanco is exited, now driving the car. I think that's a driver change. Could be wrong. Very sorry if I made that mistake. Kind of funny. This is our fifth and final race of the season. We always look and we see all the Porsches are always around each other, and then all the Corvettes are always around each other. We hate that we don't have our two other cars, because we did have a Ferrari who's no longer in the race with us, and a Ford GT. And I hate to see those cars not in here. So, but the makes always seem to find themselves on the track, and at least for some really good battles that way. So, of course, obviously LMP2 is LMP2. So, it seems like that's more of a the driver ability on these tracks, and less about the make of the car, obviously, because it's the same make for everybody. So yep, I'm sitting there looking, and Freaky Fast is starting to fall down the order. They are still in the pits. So I hate to see that for those guys, because they were doing pretty well. They were running up in the main group.
Ooh, and actually Team sorry about that. I can't apparently speak English today. Team Slow Pace is actually catching Porsche Sport right now. They're not too far behind them. They'll catch their draft here very soon.
Yep, looks like the gap is a second and a half.
Yeah, and they're right around the same time for lap or pits time. So so they got pretty much equal. Well, I call it equal, but equal cars as far as tires and fuel go. So
right.
it looks like team slow pace. I give it about 5 or 6 laps. He'll be in the bumper, if not passing him.
Let's see. The last lap, Porsche Sport was actually faster by about a half second. But since I wasn't looking, I don't know if there was traffic that got involved in that or not. Looks like there may be a LMP car in front of them that might have, or well, maybe it was not. Maybe it was maybe the lap down car of the 59 car of Century Sim Racing. There's definitely an LMP car now. As you can see, Fuka working their way through again.
Oh, as usual. Yeah, I guess Porsche Sport was a little bit quicker, so maybe they'll maintain that distance. Maybe they'll catch them up a little bit. But
we'll keep an eye on it for a bit and we'll see what happens. Looks like that, I think as we talked about earlier, I think the Porsche is a little better down the straights, and I think they can pull a little bit of a gap, but I think slow pace in the corners, it seems to be trying to claw a bit of that time back. Yep, so the gap's now just under 2 seconds with traffic. Seems like there's always traffic.
always traffic in a very low traffic course.
Rico Kohlmeyer, and that was the Mona Sim Sport car. So we see we see Pete Harrod in the 59 of Century Sim Racing entering the pits. Let's do this. Let's pop in. Yep, that's Freaky Fast still in the pits, getting I guess repairs.
Yeah, those guys they don't even have a driver in the car right now. They got out. It's rough.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It looks like Ronin Sim Sport LMP is coming in for a pit stop.
Yep, Rico Kohlmeyer in the car. And Alex Gal in the number 11 car of Bro Sim Racing is also in the pits.
Oh, and so Bro is definitely doing a driver change. And Alex Gal is now going to be taking charge of that car. They still have the fastest lap time out of the team, so let's see if he can get that car back up to speed. Maybe he can come and take first. I think actually they must have had some issues with it because Ronan's already back out on track. Unless they came in at the same time. I might be a little confused.
See Julius Braun for Team Shawshank getting the focus for a bit. Ooh. Just a touch of the grass on the exit there of Sunset. Very, very dangerous. Catch one of those tires right on the dirt. I think the dirt you can get away with, the grass you can't, which is it's not good.
Sunset. Which one's that one? Like oh, okay, Sunset. Yeah. I was coming out of Big Bend once into the, and my tire sniffed the grass, and I was just gone. I was like, no. Luckily, it was during a practice, so I didn't have much to worry about. But that was in the M4, and I was like, well, I guess we're not even gonna touch the grass in any kind of high speed.
No, not a good thing.
What's funny is coming out of the corner there right before Big Bend, coming out of turn 5, seeing all the grass that's gone over there. Funny, just it was like a full card's width of just dirt. Josh Wise is really pushing that car to get to Porsche Sport.
Yep, still a gap, still about a little over 2 seconds. So he's maintaining based on what we looked at a couple of laps ago. He is trying to keep that gap down as low as he can get it.
And what's interesting is that both Josh Cam of Porsche Sport and Jonas Wise of Team Slow Pace before this lap ran their fastest laps, period. So Porsche Sport knows he's behind him, and Team Slow Pace is just trying to catch him, and they're just laying down some lap times.
I don't know what happened, but it looks like Slow Pace got held up a little bit because they just haven't. Now the gap's up to 2 3/4 seconds, so maybe they've got a lap car that's kind of working their way through, because it was up to 3, then down to 2 3/4, and so now it's back up to 3 again. So
yeah, it was SimSport Academy LMP that Ronin SimSport Academy LMP that just drove through around them. So I'm sure he probably lifted to let him by a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure. We're now 4.5 hours into the race. Focus Sim Sport leading, MJR Racing in P2. Ronan Sim Sport Academy LMP in the LMP2 class is in the lead. Leo Racing is in P2. Bro Sim Racing in 3. Shawshank in 4. Banzu RX Flow in 5. Venworks in P6. And then in the GTE class, Ronan Sim Sport GTE is leading. Core Motorsports in 2nd. Juncos is in 3rd. Porsche Sport in P4. Slow Pace in P5. Century Sim Racing in P6. And SCCR in P7. Freaky Fast appears to be still in the pits. They are currently 7th in the LMP2 class. It's a notification that they're out, so they must be still being serviced. Or I don't know. We're going to talk about the order. We'll say they're still getting service, still getting car repairs done. The only thing I can think of is since he did bring the car back, that the damage done to the car actually by driving the car back, which happens with the LMP2s. If you get front end damage, it cuts off the airflow to the engine, and you end up blowing the engine. So that is possibly what's happened with them, and that's a, I believe if I remember correctly, a 32-minute repair for the LMP2 car.
Ooh. Yeah. Hopefully that didn't happen to him.
Yeah, I hope not. But it kind of appears that's what the nose and tail damage that you get from punts and wrecks and stuff like that are quick, because it's a whole replacement of that part. So they're usually pretty fast. Wheel damage is 4 to 8 minutes depending on car make. But then the engine damage is 30 minutes plus every time. So if you blow the motor, because I've had it happen. So
no, I've had it happen plenty of times.
Yeah. So I've had it happen in the LMP2. TC, who was in here earlier, and I did 6 hours of Monza, and I spun the car in Lesmo 2, and there was a car trailing me, and they hit me in the front and crunched the nose. Was able to limp it back around to get the nose replaced, which was very quick. But then 4 laps later, the engine blew because I had done enough damage to it that it was going to die. So
that sucks.
Yeah, and it was like 4.5 hours into a 6 hour race. So that's even worse because we were sitting in a good spot. We were running in the top 10. Because TC is our best driver as far as our team is concerned. And does a good job when he gets behind the wheel of the car. I can't say that too loud because then he'll think that he's important or something. So we can't do that.
He's good at driving a car. He's really bad at putting it in the pits.
Yes, he is. I wasn't going to bring that up, but yes.
I mean, if we're gonna raise his ego, we better knock it down. He's bad at pitting. I'm just gonna say it.
He's bad at maintaining pit speed, and
no, I was talking about going into the pits. He's run out of fuel on the track plenty of times.
Oh yeah, he's done that also. So.
See if Team Slow Pace caught anything up. No.
Nope.
He's way behind him now.
Gap out, to almost 4 seconds. But interestingly, looking at a little further up the order, looks like Juncos is now within 4 seconds of Core Motorsports, which will be a battle for P2. So
which Juncos just put down their fastest lap too.
Yep. So it looks like that's Bruno Daniel Bonaviri, who's driving for Juncos. Marcos Mendez for Core Motorsports. Sorry, I'll make sure I get the names right. So with like a couple of battles heating up in the GTE class, the closest gap in LMP2 is about 17 seconds between P1 and P2, Ronin Simsport Academy and Leo Racing. So that's there's no battles right now. We'll keep an eye on it, obviously, but we'll watch we'll see what we see coming through as you see Fuga motoring down the backstretch. We'll keep an eye on those two and see if it tightens up. Looks like the battle for P2 is tightening up. It's now within 3 seconds. And yeah, it was a pretty significant pace advantage in the last lap where Juncos was about 8 tenths faster than Core Motorsports the last lap.
Yeah, and the track temperature is now dropped to 27 degrees, which it's probably been hard to maintain because we've been dropping on average about a degree every 15 minutes.
Right.
Which is, I think, is quite a bit. I mean, 49 to 27.
That's significant.
And that's actually that's even being generous, because we're what, 13 minutes away from the 5-hour mark.
Right.
And that's with a calculation of 5 hours. So it's even more significant. So it's probably closer to 4.5 to 4.6 degrees every hour. So almost, we'll say every 12 minutes, the track's been going down a degree. So it's like you come off that you do a pit and the track's different when you come out. You're like, what? So
right, yeah, that's a significant change. And you, as a driver, sometimes it's slow enough that you'd never notice it. You just kind of adjust your driving, naturally as you're in there, because it's a degree every hour. So it's something you don't really feel as much. But yeah, 4 degrees an hour is significant enough that they're going to notice that the cars are getting faster, the grip's getting better, the cars are going to get a little tighter on the track, where they're getting more grip and they're making turns a little easier. So they have to kind of keep an eye out for that. But yes, that's a significant drop. Once it gets down to around what's the air temp now, Josh?
That has only dropped 2 degrees. I mean, no, 1 degree. Air temperature still 23 degrees.
Okay, so I think once as it gets closer to the track temp gets closer to the air temp, it'll kind of equalize a little bit.
Yeah,
and you won't see the dramatic changes like we were seeing before. And then it'll be nighttime, so then they'll have a whole different set of challenges because this track is dark at night. So there's not a lot of ambient light around to pick up. So you're going to start seeing cars that are missing their turn-in points for corners, missing apexes, missing braking points. So that'll be another interesting facet to watch. Let's jump down to Core Motorsports as we see Juncos hot on their tails within a second now. Yeah, in the last lap, Mendez for Core 157.37. For Bonaviri for Juncos 156.70. So about 6 tenths of a second speed difference or time difference. It looks like that Porsche is starting to come to life a bit.
As Leo makes their way through them, which also allows Juncos to maybe capitalize on that. I mean, he's definitely in the draft, so.
Yeah, not to ignore the cars behind Porsche Sport and P4. Josh Cam did run the fastest lap of the race for them, 156.23. And then Jonas Weiss for Team Slow Pace was only about 1.5 off, or 0.2 off of his fastest lap for the team. So track temp is definitely coming down. The speeds are definitely coming down, or times are definitely coming down. Speeds are going up.
Kind of feel bad for Team Slow Pace though. Well, specifically Jonas. I mean, he is driving that car and pushing that car faster and faster, but he just can't catch Porsche.
Right.
Josh Cam in that Porsche.
Yeah. So good news is I'm driving as fast as I've been driving the entire day. Bad news is so is everybody else.
Yep.
And we'll mention that Ronan Simsport GTE, who is still leading the GTE class, but he did do a 57.16 the last lap. Google wants to give me advice as I'm sitting here talking on the race.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I got a sleeping cat in my arms, so.
Yeah, that doesn't really make me feel any better, but okay. So anyway, let's see. That gap now, a quarter of a second. I mean, Bonavir is really putting some pressure on Mendez now. See what kind of, he's got a good run down the straight. See if he can make up any time. And most of the guys for Juncos are really tight on Sunset. I mean, really close on the inside of the car of the track, just like that right there, and a nice move. And then Bonavir comes in and pits. So that was almost disastrous for a completely different reason. Juncos, I think all their drivers have a good line, a very tight line through that last corner, and it almost bit them.
Yeah, it's bit them actually a couple times because other drivers like to come in wide and then come in shallow, while they are already there, and then they get swept across the front of their bumper. I think it's happened twice to them now.
Yeah, I think I've seen that also. Yeah, so they've had some run-ins with cars that are. I think you're right. I think it's a wider line, and they're trying to narrow the entry or the exit on that 180-degree corner. So they're trying to take it as wide as they can. Kind of what NASCAR would call diamonding a corner, which is hitting the front apex. Very shallow, going out wide through the middle of the corner, and then hitting the second apex shallow also. It seems like the Corvettes have done that. That is not what Juncos is doing. They're keeping the car tight against the inside of the track. And like I said, there's been a couple of contacts during the race because of that.
And Core Motorsports just had a driver change out to Hugo Mendez, which I believe they're all brothers, right? Because you have Celio, you have Marco, and you have Hugo.
I'm gonna guess so, but I don't know that. I know we've got who was it? We've got a couple of brothers. We've got a couple. Remember the twins that we talked about last race?
Last race.
Was it Benjamin Johnson and his brother?
Was that who that was? I cannot remember.
I think so. Anyway, so
Juncos or
Junco. Sorry, I was just going to say Core has made their pit stop. That drops them back to P5 in class. Ronan Simsport GT still leading the class. Juncos in second, Porsche Sport third. So Porsche's in all podium positions again. We've seen that play out a couple of times this season already. Possibly happen again, but it looks like Core has at least got enough speed that they can battle with the Porsches, and also Jonas in the team slow pace. Looks like their pace is not as slow as they would lead you to believe. So his last lap was a 56.31, which puts him only 500ths off of the leader's last lap time. So this could end up being a very interesting battle by the time it's all said and done by the end of this race.
They just changed their name to Team Not So Slow Pace.
That's right, I think so. Okay, so we are going to step away for ad break. Back in just a few minutes as I try and get everything squared away here. And we will we'll update you when we come back. We're going to go to ads right now.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders. Regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
Welcome back. I think that I probably should have swallowed all that food that I was trying to eat during the ad break.
I mean,
I apologize for that.
It's usually what you try to do with food is swallow.
Yeah, and not eat jalapenos.
Oh, yummy.
Because
I'm
now
a
I
bigger
take
fan of
drinks too.
pepperoncinis.
Yeah, I am too. Anyway, so it doesn't appear as if anything's changed in the little bit we were gone, with the exception it looks like Juncos has made their pit stop, so they've dropped down to P4. That puts Porsche Sport back up into P2, slow pace in P3, behind Ronan, who's still leading the group
by 2 laps.
By 2 laps.
Yeah. So.
Excuse me. So,
excuse me.
Let's see. Yeah, it makes me wonder if they've done a lot more double sting of their tires than most everybody else has.
Who's that?
With Ronin SimSport GTE, based on the gap that they've got.
Let's analyze some information.
I mean, it's 2 minutes and 46 seconds. I guess they could be a pit stop down, or a pit stop less. They just haven't taken their pit yet. So it looks like the gap's changed now. It's 1 minute and 24. Between P1 and P2.
I think they're on their outlap right now. I'll tell you here in a second. Oh, they're on their outlap right now.
All right.
Yeah. When I say right now, I'm in the. This is now their second to outlap.
Okay, got it. So this is their first full lap. So
yes.
All right. So
thank
that
you.
makes the gap 1:24 back to Porsche Sport, who is 43 seconds ahead of Juncos in P3.
Because Team Slow's pace is coming out of the pits right now.
As we see that right there. And as we see, we'll flip down to Core, who's in P5. Sorry, had to hit the mute there for a minute. Okay, so looking at the LMP field, LMP2, I mean the gap is 6.5 minutes between P1 and P2 and LMP1. So in LMP2, Ronin SimSport has a 57-second lead over P2, Leo Racing.
Wow.
Who has also about a 55-second lead over Brosim Racing in P3, who has about a 50-second lead over P4, which is Shawshank Racing, with Banzu RX Flow in P5 and Venomworks Endurance in P6.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Venomworks guys. I'm pretty sure that their championship is locked in, but I think it was lap 1 or lap 2. They got caught up in the slinging of a car across the grass and just got gathered up. Glad to see that they're still hanging in there, just driving with the rest of them.
Absolutely. Trying to get a little clarification on something from race control. As we are just navigating our way through the middle part of this race, we're just a little over 5 hours in.
We dropped another degree.
It's almost like clockwork at this point.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's been 15 minutes. What's the weather? Ben Johnson from Venomworks feels sorry too. Yeah, sorry, bud. Saw that thing happen. I was like, oh no.
Mm-hmm. So I did get confirmation. I checked with race control, and because we can't see everything from what's going on in the server, that Freaky Fast Racing has left the server. So that puts them out of the race, which we hate to see. But
do we know the underlying cause, or?
I mean, obviously, I think we know they had damage from the accident with SCCR, but I don't know if it was terminal damage or not. I just know that it was is probably longer than a couple of laps. At which point, if you're not in contention for the championship, and you're already 2 laps down to your class in the race, maybe it's just it's time to pack it in, call it a day.
Yeah, because actually looking at it, they towed back.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they towed. I was looking back at the replay. Yeah, they towed back. They didn't even drive back.
Okay. So did see that Porsche Sport has just entered the pits. As we see, like Ronin Sim Sport holding up a line of LMP2 cars. As they worked their way through Le Mans, but everybody got through safely and cleanly, which is really what the goal is at this point, is just keep the car clean for as long as you can. So we'll see what the, we did see that Team Slow Pace has done their pit also. And SCCR is also coming in for their pit stop.
Yeah, I'm really good at keeping the car clean. It's the other people that like to smash into me.
Yeah, I understand you.
I mean, in the VRS races, I can keep it really clean. Apparently, I'm one of the very few people that can do that, especially in the lower brackets. So.
So it looks like on Pit Exchange, Team Slow Pace was actually able to pick up a second on Porsche Sport. Which should let's see if that makes any difference on the track. I know that there's about a 11-second gap between them, so that actually did tighten things up a bit, I believe. And Slow Pace with Jonas still behind the wheel. It has a 10-second gap back to Core Motorsports with Hugo Mendez in there. And John Salmon's pit is done. Looks like they did a tire change based on what I'm seeing as far as the timings. Maybe had some damage to get repaired also. As we see side by side coming through turn 1 with Leo Racing.
Oh, Leo and Banzu.
Yeah.
Banzu seems to be really struggling with that car today.
Yeah, they had a really good run, I think, at Nürburgring in the last race. So yeah, it's kind of shocking to see them this far down in the order. They normally are usually up front battling. But yeah, I agree with you. I think they're a little bit off today for some reason. Maybe as the track temp cools a little more, maybe that makes them more competitive. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. I mean, the sun's definitely going down.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, once it gets full dark, things could happen. So we'll see we'll see if how the drivers cope with I mean, my guess would be that a lot of these guys drove at night last week, so maybe not as much of a shock, but you never know. Interesting.
Luckily, there's no bad spots on the track right now for the sun coming down like that. So these guys are really lucking out, not having any bad sun in their eyes, not being able to see.
Well, there is a reason that that corner is called Sunset.
That's fair.
I got to experience that myself last week. So as the sun gets a little lower, yeah, that especially for people who are running HDR, that becomes a bit of a problem. That corner, as far as glare.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you watched the NASCAR dirt race last week.
I didn't. So
there was portions of that you couldn't see.
Wow.
It was bad. It was really, really bad. I'm like, I don't know how those drivers can do it. Like, granted, they're only going 70, 80 miles an hour, but you literally, they showed the views, and you couldn't see out that windshield. Just the way the glare and the dirt.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but I was going to say I thought was going to be a good sight, but maybe not. I'm just going to keep an eye on it, and we'll let you know concerning one of our teams that we talked about earlier. I'll keep it a secret for now. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay. This is actually, if we're looking at the screen here,
sorry about
Roland
that.
Simsport and Leo Racing. This is actually a battle for the lead in the LMP2 class.
Oh, let's see.
And that we see a pass for the lead in the LMP2 class with Leo taking over.
That was a very quick climax.
Yep, that was a very quick one. I just noticed it. Was that MJR worked their way through also, just trying to get out of the way? So, or Fuga, one of the two. Fuga. So we did have a change for the lead. That's Marco Morozzi for Leo Racing, who got around Rico Kohlmeyer for Ronan. Excuse me, easy for me to say, Ronan Simsport Academy. And is extending that advantage. Is now over a second.
I think you're seeing a little bit slower time because Ronan's on brand new tires, so you're gonna see him perform a little bit lower than his regular standard. Yeah, because he just ran a 49 last lap, so
yeah,
you get him a couple more laps to heat those tires
get
up.
The tires warmed up.
Because he ain't letting him out of his sights. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
1.5 to 1 3/4 second behind Leo, so
and we
keep an eye on that for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And still monitoring the GT battle. Porsche Sports still 12.5 seconds over Team Slow Pace, who is 10 seconds over Core Motorsports, who is was gonna say was up. Yeah, it is 5 seconds over Century Sim. So that's still a pretty tight little battle in there for that group. Yep, and so Morozzi has now extended that lead over Kohlmeyer to 2.5 seconds. Simsport being shadowed. It looked like that was a pass. Banzu was actually getting back by Leo Racing, or well, I can't remember. I couldn't see which one it was, but looked like they were trying to unlap themselves. There it is. Yeah, that's Ronan Simsport that just allowed Banzu to roll back ahead. So maybe the car's not behaving quite as well as it was earlier, because that gap between Leo and Ronan Simsport is up to 6 seconds. So maybe they're having an issue with the changing temperature.
Speaking of issues, speaking of issues, the Ronan Simsport LMP just slid in the hairpin. I don't know if you can catch that. Not too bad though.
Yeah, it didn't even register as an incident, so I don't have any way to go back and find it, unfortunately.
Unless everybody wanted to see you replay everything.
But yeah, it definitely it definitely looks like that Kohlmeier's having issues with that car after their here in the last few laps. Like the car, maybe they decided they were not going to do a tire change and they're trying to double stint, and maybe it's a little bit early for the LMP2s.
I don't know, because their last pit time to this pit time was very similar. Unless they're trying to somehow triple stint.
That would be risky. Even that would be risky even at 29 degrees. That would be a risky venture.
Because lap 147, their lap time was 2:38, obviously being an out lap for a pit, and then their last one was the one that they just came out on was 2:37. So, and then the one before that, he just got in the car, but he's running 47s and 48s.
Yeah, his last lap was a 50.2.
Yeah, it was due to that
slide
accident.
Yep. It's like the battles further down the order are not really battles at this point. Still, closest gap is 5 seconds between the two Corvettes of Team Slow Pace and Core Motorsports.
Looks like that sun's gonna play an issue here very shortly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's getting lower and lower.
It's getting about that time. Get about that time for sunset to earn its name.
Yeah, I didn't get the pleasure of enjoying that fun.
So I want to keep an eye on. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I was gonna say I want to keep an eye on MJR, but they just came out of the pits, so that explains why they were almost 10 seconds slower than Fuga on that last lap.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I mean, Fuga's screaming anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, they're within a second and a half of their best lap of the entire race. My guess is that 136.57 they ran to top the charts will probably not be the final fast lap for them. I don't think.
Probably not. I would wager.
As you see on the screen, Leo, the gap from Leo Racing Team to Ronan Sim Sports, 10.5 seconds.
Oh wow, let's see.
Really stretched it out.
Ronan's been doing 46, 47s. Ronan has been doing
his last lap was a 48.3. Yep. So there's something about the changing track conditions that either the car or Rico does not like, and is struggling just a bit because they were running a couple seconds faster earlier in the race. So
yeah, I don't want to badmouth anybody.
Nope.
But it just looks like Rico is just running 48s and 47s. But I mean, so is Shinya.
Mm-hmm.
They're running pretty solid 47s, low 47s. So might be driver, might be car, might be conditions. Maybe he can figure something out.
Yep.
We'll see.
So on the last lap, Josh Kim for Porsche Sport, Jonas Weiss for for Slow Pace, and Hugo Mendez for Core Motorsports. Their last lap times was within 5 hundredths of a second of each other. 57.12, a 57.17, and a 57.13. So, so those guys are pushing pretty hard. They're a bit off of the top two, Juncos, who's a 56.4, and Ronan Sim Sport, who was a 56.45.
And I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Core Hugo in catch.
He is bringing the gap down. He's down to under 4 seconds, so he's chopped a second off of that time. Is that right?
Yeah, he's running 3.5 behind him now. He was running 4. Let's see if the yellow Corvette can catch the red Corvette.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, brands always tend to find each other on the track for whatever reason.
I really need to start taking more notes during these so I can keep remembering.
Keep a notebook. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like Rico has any kind of control, like not control, but he just can't find the line.
Right.
Still running 48s with it.
So I just see Yellow Hoogland for Venom Works is actually in the pits.
Yeah, Alex Gal is driving the heck out of that Brosim racing car.
Yeah, that was a pretty spiffy lap time he just ran there. The last lap, 46.4.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he actually. He's been running very low 46s. Well, I say very low, but low 46s. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they actually get back on the lap with Leo. It'll take some work, but
right. Well, you got plenty of time. Still 6.5 hours left in the race.
Yeah, we're nearing the halfway point.
Yep.
So.
There's a driver change for Venom Works Endurance. JPW Ringwood is now driving. Ooh, that was very close. I think he had about a quarter of the tire for MJR on the grass as he made that pass.
Oh, jeez.
Century Sim Racing in the pits. So it looks like the gaps are all pretty stable right at this point. So no real battles on the track for position. So we'll just let iRacing tell us what it wants to, or let it show us what it wants to show us.
Yeah, now that we're down to 15 cars on the field.
So Josh, let's look at, can you pull up the, I don't know if I have this information or not. You might have to get it for me.
I might be able to.
The incident points.
That's not something. Let me see if I can get.
Are you still in the sim?
Yes, I'm still in the sim.
If you go into the entry list, you'll see it over to the right-hand side.
Yeah, I don't. They're all lines.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Because they didn't make you an admin.
No, I'm not good enough. I'll talk to. Maybe I can get Tom.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have that information. I don't think I have it right in front of me.
I just asked him for a screenshot. Maybe we can get him. Maybe I'll paste him, send him to me.
Yeah. We have an incident. Tobias Devanich in the 87 car. P4, that is Shawshank Racing. So let's see if the replay looks like. Yep, just a bit wide, caught the grass, going in turn 2. Only one real car for traffic, so nice rejoin. Oh, and then off again as we exited the replay. So very interesting information. We can talk about this, Josh. So Patrick Pilchat and Fugas M Sport. The fastest top speed for that car is 190 miles per hour over the course of the race. For MJR Racing, it's 175, so it's 15 mph difference.
Wow.
Now, there's a little bit of a difference between how the Audi R18 handles its boost and the way the Porsche handles its boost, so that might have a lot to do with it. But they're both Audis, so never mind. That doesn't make anything to do with it. So, I could have swore that one of these was a Porsche. I'm sorry. Maybe it was one of the ones that aren't here this time. So, anyway, just I'll wear that egg on my face. That's no problem.
Yeah, whatever. I've said worse things on this channel than you have.
Yep.
So
yeah. So top speed in the LMP2 cars goes to car number 18, which is Banzu RX Flow at 181 miles per hour. And for the GTE cars, Bruno Daniel Montevieri, that's Juncos, is about 170. So very interesting. 169, I think is what it says. So it shows you the top speed difference between the classes. Basically, if you take away the boostability of the LMP1, they're the same speed or maybe even a little bit slower than the LMP2 cars. But the boost is what gives them their extra speed that allows them to go 8 seconds a lap faster. Thank you very much, sir.
Very welcome.
So, Fuga Sim Sport and Ronin Sim Sport Academy are both sitting at 0x for the entire race, and Porsche Sport is sitting at 1. Ronan Simsport GTE. I'm sorry, that was Ronan Simsport Academy LMP. Ronan Simsport GTE is at 2, and Team Slow Pace is at 3. We still have 9 of our 17 cars are under 10x for the entire race, and we're 5.5 hours plus in, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it is remarkable. I mean, I think I was four laps in, 4 hours in my race, and I ended up being, I think I already had a drive-through.
I don't think ours was that bad. I think we ended up with, for our 12 hours, I think we ended up with 160, so it wasn't horrible. We did have a couple of
incidents.
Yeah, we had a couple of incidents involving cars and driving, you know. Sorry, getting some communications from race control. Following up. Okay, so just for our viewers who are watching, we'll be switching to our second stream in about 10 minutes. So we'll be going into the advertisement, and then we'll be going into part 2 of our coverage of this race. And then I believe you'll get the dulcet tones of Mr. Colin Tabor again, who will be in the next stint. And then I will be back later. Josh, I know you have prior commitments, so this will be the end of your broadcasting day.
Yes.
But we'll be more than happy to take up your slack. And
there's not much slack.
So Colin and TC will be back in here for the next stint. So we'll end up at the bottom. We'll end it at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll switch out, and then they'll pick you back up with all the action that is happening on the track. I do see that Hugo Mendez for Core Motorsports has narrowed the gap to Team Slow Pace is now under 3 seconds. So that will be an interesting battle to watch. Still a lot to play for between those between P3 and P5. Sorry, P2 to P5 in the GTE class, because where these guys finish up will determine probably how the championship finishes up. So it's going to be an interesting watch over the next 6 hours. It looks as if Rico is still leading. He's out. Looks like Marazzi, just pitted, as well as Marco Prado for the car 18, which is the Banzu RX Flow. I think that was a driver change. I think Marco just came back in to the car.
Yeah, some of these guys have been doing some weird changes and all kinds of other stuff. Like, it seems like some of these drivers are going 3 stints, or some of these teams are going 3 stints, then driver change. Usually goes 2 stints and a driver change, so you can change those tires.
Yep.
I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it's just well, you know, if you're in the heat of the day, you know, and you're single stintting the tires, it doesn't matter. You can change the driver every time because the driver swap time doesn't count against you. It's happening in parallel with all the service on the car. So, so it doesn't hurt. But yeah, I agree. If you're, you know, if you're single stinting the tires, it's not that big a deal. If you're triple stinting the tires, obviously it's a little bit of a difference because the fueling I don't think takes 16 seconds, which is how long a driver swap is. So. And we did see a driver, speaking of driver swaps, Marius Danhausen is back in the car for Fuga. We're down under 2 seconds. Let's switch over to the battle. Team Slow Pace and Core Motorsports. Our two Corvettes that are battling for position.
Yeah, it seems like the GTEs kind of space themselves out, but with the exception of Core and Team Slow Pace.
Yeah, the gaps have been building between P2 and P3 and P4. So instead of them tightening up, they got this is really the only battle that's tightened up since the last round of pit stops.
And about 6 laps ago, Hugo from Core just ran their fastest lap.
And once again, I'm sitting here looking at the lap times. 57.05 for Porsche Sport, 57.03 for Slow Pace, 57.19 for Core. So it's just those guys are really running similar pace. 56 flat for the Ronin SimSport car, Philip Bearswill. 56.5 for Bonaviri and Yunkos. As I clicked over to see Mendez for Core coming into the pits. So that ends that battle for the time being. Normally what happens.
As he enters the pits, I just keep looking at the. I assume those are the winners for the 12-hour races.
Yes.
And I just see Porsche.
Yeah, they've been at it a long time. Just see Fuga going by with the courtesy flash.
Audi went out. Audi. Wow, really?
Yeah. Audi 5000.
Audi went a few number of years in a row winning this thing.
I'm gonna guess that was when they introduced their V10 hybrid diesel, because they won a lot of races during that time frame.
In 2000, because not their first win, but from looking at the boards, I'm just looking at the boards.
Probably not probably the first one, but I'm gonna say right around the end of that decade, so 09, 10, 11, somewhere in that area, I think. Was when they came out with that car.
So it only comes out at the last one, at least on track, 2007 is the last one. So from 2000 to 2007, Audi won the 12 hours here.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the hybrid or not. Probably not, because that's an LMP1, which they don't run for the 12 hours of Sebring. They only run the I think the DPI and the LMP2s. I'm sure that's probably changed. I'm not a historian as far as racing history for this track. So Colin would know. How about that?
Oh yeah, he would.
Colin would probably know. Was probably here. I haven't had the pleasure of coming out here, but I'm going to have to make it a point to do the Daytona Sebring double, since it's a pretty easy plane flight from Birmingham, Alabama to Daytona, Florida, or to Sebring.
Well, if I don't have any, Sebring's about 3 hours from my house, but my fiance, her uncle lives 20 minutes from the track.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and he's got a quite decent sized piece of land. And I'm trying to go over there and camp, and then drive to the track from there.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get the time off from work to do that kind of thing, which I think would be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Except for the camping part, I'd be down for that. What? No, look, I did all my camping when I was in the military. I'm camped out.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but I mean free is free.
Free is free. I will agree with that.
Yeah, so I was talking about like a camper, not like. Tenting.
Oh yes. No, we're not. Yeah.
Okay,
camper,
let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Glamping.
Yes, RV would be much better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to rent an RV and put it on his land for a little bit. You, Colin, maybe even Tom and Thomas, if they can come over.
Yeah. It's just an airplane. Jump on the airplane. I don't know, what's the closest airport? Would it be Tampa, or would it be Miami?
Oh man.
Or both of those pretty much just about the same drive as everywhere?
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay.
Because I think
Sebring. It's a time filler. It's not like it's a required answer to that question.
Well, I know, but I'm looking at the map right now, because Sebring is like not like north and south, but east and west. Sebring is like dead smack right in the center. Yeah. And actually, I would say Tampa.
Okay.
I would say Tampa's probably closer, unless you get Tampa is probably your best.
I mean, I'm sure Sebring has their own airport, but my guess is it's not landing 747s.
No. Which is funny because my fiance's uncle lives out by Lake Placid here in Florida.
Oh wow.
Yeah. When I say lives by it, I'm talking 3 blocks.
Oh, okay, that is pretty close.
Yeah.
All right, well, that is the end of our stint, so we're going to play the ads. And just stick around. We'll have the second stream up in just a few moments, and I'll be back with you a little later. You'll get Colin and TC to start the second stream.
And you guys will probably be able to sit here and enjoy the sunset as the ad goes on.
That's right. So, Josh, have a good one. Have a good evening, and we'll talk to you next time.
Y'all take it easy.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes the kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With MoveUp, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use MoveUp just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose MoveUp? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.